Good morning. I am so glad for you guys to join us today. It's 9 o'clock, so we're going to try to stick with our schedule. But this is our facilities, safety, and construction workshop. We've kind of broadened our horizon a little bit with this topic because we wanted to include other facility and operations topics with you. I'm Shelley Turner. I'm the director of MASBO, and I've been with MASBO for about 3 years and just finishing up my third year, I believe. And yeah, I'm excited to have you guys join us today. We have lots of awesome guest speakers. Additionally, with us today, we have Donnie McVie, who is our trainer, and she's going to be monitoring the chat and helping answer some questions. Shay Bays, also trainer, and she's going to be helping on the chat as well and pitching in information. Both of them will be great resources for you guys throughout the day. And Marie will help you with anything you need regarding membership questions or other resource questions. We have kind of a jam-packed schedule today. I don't believe our guest speaker has quite joined us yet, but I can share my screen and show you guys our agenda for the day. Can everybody see that okay?
Yes.
Awesome. All right, let me zoom it in just a little bit so it's not quite so small.
Go
All
skin
right.
face. Little out there.
Um, all right, so we're going to touch base real quick this morning and talk about a few things where you can find some resources and some other information. Today is obviously the first day of 2 day sessions. And our first guest presenter is going to be Nick Grubb with Operation Hero. We'll chat with him at 9:15, and he's going to talk about AI and how that will change facility management. We're going to take a couple breaks, and we have about 5 minutes between sessions that are back to back just to make sure that our guest presenters are able to share their screen, get set up. So we'll pause our recordings and get everything moving there. And then we have our lunch at 12:30, and we'll end the day hopefully by 4:10, if not a little sooner, depending on how long each session goes. But we're kind of going to try to stick to this just because each presenter knows when their sessions start. And they're all zooming in today too, and we really appreciate the variety of presenters we have. Next Wednesday, we'll do the same thing over again. We have a recap of just like any questions that may have risen from today. And then we're going to talk about some facility industry standards with Adam from Bruco to start the day. We'll have breaks again, just like last time. And then we're going to talk about some bond funding and some other opportunities with funding, including there's lots of money out there for the lead remediation, and it needs to get spent by July, I believe. So there's lots of money out there for folks. Some changes to contractors' gross receipts are upcoming, and then really good information. So please hang out with us for the rest of Wednesday, all day Wednesday, because the Safety 101, emergency operation plans, and all the free opportunities, Montana Safe Schools through the University of Montana is going to be big. I had no clue of all the opportunities that they can afford schools and assist schools with their safety plans, operations, all the fun stuff. Today we also will have Louise, or excuse me, Louise Welch, I can't talk this morning, with Intercap loans. She's going to talk a little bit about how to stretch some of your building reserve dollars for safety Intercap loans or other Intercap loan options. We have school liability insurance, and we're going to talk about some liabilities. And then we all know about these crazy inspections we're also supposed to be prepared for all the time that can show up. So we want to make sure that we're ready for that with playground inspections, Department of Labor inspections. And then last but not least, Rich Batterman, who is always a great presenter, lots of entertaining information. He is going to do some other options besides the traditional bond option to get some buildings going. All right. We know that we have some folks who are joining us who are not traditional MASBO members. They may be facilities and maintenance directors within your organization. We're glad to have you with us. We're thrilled. Uh, it's something that we've been discussing for some time about the fact that I don't believe a lot of school facility managers and operations managers have resources available to them uh, to share information, to network with one another, to find out what are some best cost saving resources, things like that. If that's something that you feel would be valuable to you, we are researching that component and seeing if that's something that we can offer and fill that need at some point in the future. So please let us know. Feedback today and on next Wednesday is going to be important. We will send you a little survey at the end of this, and we'd love to know your thoughts and feelings on this project as we've kind of changed some things up a little bit. Does this work for you or not? Does anybody have any questions about how today's going to roll before we get rolling? Rolling? Can I say roll one more time? All right. Anybody super quiet? Anybody have a maintenance question that they think that they want to just throw out there right away that we can keep in the back of our minds? All right. Well, I believe then I am going to, unless there's anything in the chat, I am going to put this on pause for right now. And as soon as Nick joins us, we'll get rolling with our first presentation. All right, we're going to get started with our first presenter today. I'm really excited to have Operation Hero join us. We met with their team at the ACE conference in Nashville a few months ago, which feels like it was just yesterday, and we're excited to have them join us and present. So I will introduce Pat Buchanan and Nick Grubb and let them take the wheel.
All right, Shelley. Thank you very much, everyone. Again, my name is Pat Buchanan here, and I represent Operations Hero. I'm going to go through a brief presentation for us here. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. So let's start that. Let's get everything perfect. Okay, great. All right. So in today's topic, we're going to talk a lot about AI, some of the challenges it may bring you, how you may currently use it already, how might that change, and a little bit about my background. This is my 30th year working with school professionals. I've helped launch a lot of operational type software for school districts, colleges, and private schools all over the country. I've been to your great state a few times working with school districts. I used to also, in my past life, partner with the folks at Edulog, which do a lot of school transportation. They're based in Montana, so I've been out there and visited those folks several times. So I'm located all the way in North Carolina, so you'll pick up on my southern accent quite a bit as I start talking more here. So again, appreciate the opportunity to speak to the team. And I'm going to talk a lot about, most of my background is school operations, maintenance departments, custodial operations, building and tracking software to maintain and track and track the progress of your schools. So I'm going to hit on a lot of those topics of how I've seen school professionals use AI and how we see things will adapt. Definitely, if you have questions along the way, we do have folks monitoring the chat. So please feel free to chat those questions there. The group will interrupt me and we'll definitely take some questions along the way. So we're going to talk about some tools you may already use and maybe some tools that you may want to investigate to see if that could help you with your schools. All right, so for our agenda, we're going to talk about the current state of AI. We're going to talk a little bit about definitions, what AI really means, different models, different approaches to AI, and how that could definitely help your organization. We'll talk about some technology shifts. Technology has evolved dramatically in this field in the last year. And we definitely see it's going to be changing even more. And we'll give you a lot of examples of that in especially even for those of you that deal with a lot of your operations. If I'm losing a lot of my staff, we've got folks retiring, it's harder to replace some of our operational professionals. Well, we've got to use more and more technology to help bridge that knowledge gap that we may be losing in our schools. So we're going to touch on some of those points. We'll go for some tips, some best practices as well that can definitely help you as you start exploring some of these AI models as well. Okay, so we typically ask some questions there. So since we do have the chat available, if some of you would be willing to share, anybody currently use AI already? Are you going to Chat GPT? Are you using Google Gemini? So it'll kind of give us some thumbs up there. If some of you, anybody's currently using a tool, would you be willing to put in the chat what tool you currently use for AI? If you're using like a Chat GPT for your operations or your school, if you're using Gemini to ask questions to help solve different problems. Okay, good. All right, so I see Chat GPT is very popping up in the chat bubble there. So good. Yeah, so great. So we've got some folks in the audience that are already at least using it there. Copilot. Oh, yeah, yep, definitely Copilot. That's Microsoft's brand of it out there. So we're gonna go through and give you some examples. There's a tool called Claude that I've seen some schools use as well. So again, we'll definitely talk a little bit about the technology that a lot of you already use too. Before we get into that spec, I think we should just briefly talk a little bit about how does all this AI technology work. And a good example, if you're going to Chat GPT, you're going to Google Gemini, if you're a Google school district, you may even ask AI, well, what is AI? Tell me what you are. So this is a little example of what I did. I said, hey, tell me what AI is. And so, of course, gave me this real fancy description about how it's a set of algorithms, a set of data structures that help predict patterns. So if I'm asking some questions out there, I've got a problem at my district. All right, I'm looking to see if there's ways to help me solve this or help me summarize this. I'm writing this email. That's a very popular thing that we see a lot of campuses doing. Hey, I need to rewrite this email, or I need to send this over mail. I got this big PDF document that's 200 pages. Maybe scan this document and give me a brief summary of what this is all about. Those are some different things where it's just reviewing large chunks of data and giving you some outcome to help you summarize or get to a solution. All right. So again, there's all kinds of things that we'll give you examples here about that you can chat and ask about AI. So the other thing we want to talk about is give you some context. And to use AI, you don't have to know a lot of these details, a lot of these explanations. But the thing that we'll talk about is some different types of models that AI uses underneath, behind the scenes, to help give you outcomes. So again, we're going to go through some of these. One of these is AI definitely can be used to help classify data. So if you have maybe Excel spreadsheets, you've got different documents, you may be missing some data. I mentioned I work a lot in the maintenance field. A lot of clients come back and say, hey, I've got a bunch of data. Unfortunately, maybe we're missing some fields. We don't have maybe a purpose code. What's the reason we did this work, or what trade did this work order? Maybe we need AI to help predict some of the missing fields to give us a better spreadsheet or a better report where we can go through and run some better reporting with our data. So helping you maybe classify some missing data. So that example I just mentioned there. So being able to use AI can help you take some data you might have and fill in some missing blanks or just predict things. So in our software that we develop, our work order system, one thing that we hear is, hey, a lot of times, our teaching professionals, they're phenomenal at teaching our kids, but they don't know a lot of the maintenance details or the IT technology details So when they put in a work order, a lot of times they don't know which trade or craft or shop this work order should be routed to. So some of our clients use AI that based on the description that somebody types in a work order, it auto predicts what shop or what department a work order should go to. Some folks use descriptions of text to predict the attitude of somebody. Should this work order be a high priority based on how this description is labeled? Help predicting the priority of work. Another way our clients use our technology to help is duplicate detection. If an open work order is created in the system based on some keywords, our system will scan open work orders and say, hey, we see a similar work order with this text on there. Maybe you should follow or watch this existing work order instead of creating a new work order, just to try to prevent a duplicate data that a lot of times the administration team has to clean up in their systems. So again, that's one big need, a big challenge that we see a lot of folks using AI for, is to help classify work. Another type of AI is what's called regression modeling. So you're given AI maybe some spreadsheets or maybe some trending data. Hey, energy, I will say energy use is a good example. Hey, look at my past energy consumption and then give me some predictions of how much my utility usage or cost may increase. Your energy spend is usually a big chunk of your school budget. So if I've got some energy data, I've got it either in a system already, or even if it's just in a spreadsheet format, if I've got past years or a baseline year, that could be very helpful for helping you manage some of your budgets. You may have tracking to predict, okay, how much more energy cost, or, cost is pretty variable, but at least usage wise, if I know the usage, that might help me give some predictions. So that's another big type of model where we've seen districts use it, saying, hey, and that's something we've put in our energy solution, having the system look at our past energy usage and predict that outcome. But even if you're not using a tool, if you've got your raw energy data, that's another good example. Some of your schools have smarter technology, building automation systems, and sometimes your building automation managers may have some tooling that uses some AI in those building automation systems that may go through and look for different trends to kind of do some predictive maintenance. We predict this unit's going to fail if we keep seeing this trend. So some of your even building automation systems that you have in place, it may have some technology in place to help with that. So again, that's a regression model. And again, as I mentioned earlier, you don't have to know these models, but it's just good as a good refresher to let you know what types of things is AI doing to help generate things. Another very popular one that you see a lot of times in school is what we call the AI vision. So the AI tools being able to take either a camera live feed or an image and predict what we're seeing. So a lot of your school security systems, a lot of them are using AI components in it to help predict, well, what is this object that we're seeing in this image or picture? So facial recognition, safety utilization, even a lot of police departments now, they're using some AI when they're scanning even different. A lot of states also have some of their camera systems, video feeds out there, even on stoplights out there. So again, that's some other types of AI that's in place already. Another thing that we've done in the school facilities world is what's called optical character recognition, being able to just go up to a piece of equipment, take a picture of the nameplate, and have the picture of that picture that technician is taking, and have that create an asset into our work order system. How can we make it easy for the technicians to take a photo, capture a problem they're seeing on campus, take a picture of that nameplate, and have it fill in the rest of the fields? So just by taking a photo of a nameplate of an asset, AI is capable of taking that picture, taking the text off that photo, and creating an asset record into systems for you. barcodes, QR codes, the smartphone that most of us are always carrying around with us. The camera on that device has so much more power than it did just 5 years ago, where most systems now, just by taking a photo, you pressing your finger and holding down on different parts of even a photo you take has AI in it where it can extract text, or even I know like I'm using an iPhone. If I hold my finger down on a person, it'll even extract that person from the photo, so I can take that and share with it. So a lot of that is some of the AI tooling out there that's even empowered in all the smartphones that you're using. All this advertisement that you're getting on your phones or your email systems after you search on certain websites, more and more of that's using AI to predict what ad should they be feeding you when you visit certain websites, and all of a sudden you start seeing an email pop up in your inbox based on how it's detected who you are and what you're likely to click on from an email ad that they may send you based on knowing who you are. All right, so again, vision is another one. I've got a couple more examples of that. Again, safety, security systems that are popping up in your schools. Those are definitely using that. And I mentioned the nameplate. We've seen some pretty old systems out there in different schools around the country where we've been having school districts test this type of technology of just having the technician when they're out doing a PM schedule or they're responding to a breakdown, just taking a picture of a nameplate to see what we can find out about that manufacturer, what PM checklist, what common problems do we have with that certain type of equipment. So those are things just by taking a photo that we see more and more technology being presented to us to help our technicians out there in the field even respond to different problems. Other things you're seeing is more sound detection. There's a lot of AI models that are listening for certain vibrations, and it can start seeing, hey, based on a certain sound. This is more prevalent now in like manufacturing plants. If there's a certain sound that is being detected, then that's an indicator that we may be getting ready to have some downtime with that piece of equipment. Same thing, some of the security safety systems that will be presented to you folks in the future, things, security, gunshot detection, and automatically alerting folks. So again, just different types of even emotional detection based on what volumes and what sensors and speakers will be presented. So there's a lot more AI research even in that arena that we've been seeing. Okay, so the next section we want to talk a little bit about is what most of us use day in, day out. If you're going to Chat GPT, you're going to Copilot, you're going to Google Gemini, you're most of the time using what's called a large language model. You're giving it some type of problem question, and it's going back and presenting you some information. So in our chat, we did have some of these examples pop up. Chat GPT, that's been around for a while. Gemini is what Google has rebranded their AI tool. So if your district is a Google shop, then you're most of the time probably going to be using Gemini. If you are a Google facility, I saw Copilot. That's Microsoft's been rebranding a lot of their AI approaches and even putting it right in to a lot of their Microsoft computers that you're using. I was speaking at a higher ed conference just 2 weeks ago, and Microsoft's doing a lot of working with large campuses around the country and working on figuring out, okay, when we start having more and more schools standardize on this AI project, we want to set up a secure AI network to make sure their data stays within their school district or their college. So I think that's the other exciting thing. You've got to be, and I'll get to this in a part of the presentation in a few minutes, but we got to be careful about also, we'll talk about some security concerns. What data do we share in AI? So if we're going to give it a spreadsheet to consume, well, we want to make sure we remove names. We never put emails, sensitive information that can identify our staff, our people on these models. So if we're asking it questions, we also have to be very sensitive about what we're sharing. So I've got a few slides that will definitely touch on that in in a few minutes. So just to keep in mind, there's also a lot of these tools that will have plugins. I need to use Google Gemini, but I want it to generate an image. That's something when I spoke recently in Minnesota and Michigan, we had some folks that were going through some rebranding of their districts, and they were trying to figure out, and for some of their athletic departments, they were working on they were using some of the tools to help generate a new logo for a few of their schools. So here's our current mascot. This is what we would like to see. These are some new features we would like to see in this current mascot. And they were using some of the AI tools to even help them generate some images. In my past life, when I've helped start a few companies, they used to be a large expense for a company to do any type of branding. Okay, we need to generate a logo. We need to generate an image for our company. Now, a lot of that can be just done by asking more detailed questions to AI, and that technology can help generate an image or a video or a document for you, or do in some cases even voiceovers for some types of presentations you may be presenting. So again, lots of exciting things that AI can do for us. So mentioning some of those, again, I've got a few examples in the facilities world for some of our maintenance professionals here online. So if you're saying, hey, I've got a certain type of problem, or I need to summarize some data and present it to my board. Maybe I've got a listing of work orders. I've got some information. I got a deferred maintenance backlog. I need to justify why I should replace this roof. So any form of just maybe if you need some help or a guide of how to build a presentation. Here's an example that I did. Hey, I'm looking to do a speaking topic on the future of AI management. Give me some speaking points. Whoops. And then the system would come through and give you that. The other important thing that will be that I'll show you when we go through and do a live example is when you're using some of these AI tools. This is one of my favorite tips that my wife showed it to me a few months ago. Is when you ask these questions to these AI, you always should ask it to also give you the source of where it got the data from, because we want to, of course, trust everything we hear, but we need to verify the information before we present it. So if I'm maybe searching for some information, or I'm asking it to summarize some data, I want to know where it's sourced from. Show me where you got this data that you presented to me of how to solve this problem or presenting this to you. So I'll definitely go through some examples on there for the audience that when you're going through some of these prompts, you're asking it a question, make sure you're at the end of your prompt of asking it to help you solve something, ask it to give me the sources of where it got the information from, so you can go back, and if you need to, go back and look up those websites and review some other documents with that. So this is one example. Hey, I need to present this to my staff, or I've got a meeting with my staff. Here are some of the problems we're running into. Give me some speaking points to speak to my audience. So helping you with a presentation, that's another good use that this AI can help you with in the world. So again, we're going to give you go through a couple examples in a few minutes, but also I mentioned earlier that this technology is evolving so quickly. What more advances do we think we're going to see? So again, it's going to, most commercials that we're going to see in this holiday season, there's going to be a lot of AI driven content that's going to be pushed to us. I know the new smartphones that are coming out, they're all touted. They've got the latest AI features in there that help you be more efficient and find things quicker and easier with your smartphones, of why you should buy the next smartphone out there. So again, there's a lot more technology coming. The biggest thing I would say, it's going to be more accessible. Most your email systems now, most time when you open your email, you start typing an email. Well, that's AI that's suggesting the next few words for you to fill in when you start typing a sentence, or when you open your Word program, your spreadsheet tool. There's going to be more AI built in there to help predict what formula you need to use for this spreadsheet, or Here's a suggestion on this paragraph you just typed. How could I make that more concise? So there'll be more and more AI suggested to you in every product you're going to be using over just I would say over just the next 6 to 12 months. You're going to see that more and more in your tools. And again, I've given this presentation a lot to a lot of the maintenance shops and professional state shows that I've been to recently over the last 6 months. So some of my examples are definitely a little bit more on the maintenance side of things. But what school districts have been asking us for to put in our software? Hey, I've got this capital plan, or I've got this problem, or here. I get a work order that comes in. I want AI to give me some suggestions on how to go out and solve this problem. Maybe even before I go out to the school to climb on that roof, give me some things I should go ahead and think about or that I need to test. So I make sure I maybe carry the right parts with me before I go on that roof. So being able to ask questions or have the system give me some suggestions based on work orders that come on. We may have somebody that's going on vacation. Let's move all their work orders ahead 1 week on their calendar just to move things. Those are just some. So there's going to be more voice activated AI. Some of you may have heard some people call them AI bots, just where there's a prompt where you can use, especially if you're on your phones, you'll be able to just do voice to text to say certain things, and then whatever software program you may be using, that verbal or text-based prompt where you type it in there, it'll perform some action for you. So in our work order solution, we're already testing a lot of these types of voice prompts or text-based prompts. Hey, show me who should do this work order based on who's done this type of work in the past. Or maybe like this example I have on the screen, Penny's going on vacation, reschedule their work. All right. Or maybe this case, Penny's going on vacation, maybe reassign their work to the next available technicians. Those are some things. All the self-driving, all the lane assistance that's in any of the newer cars you're buying, a lot of that's more AI-driven modeling out there to tell that those self-driving cars or the lane assist, hey, based on these models out there and these how we know these roads operate, this is where I should be in certain lanes. So again, that type of technology of what is commonly referred to as AI agents. This is also unfortunately not the best use of it that I've seen, but a lot of times, whatever smartphone you use, you got a question with your phone provider, you go to and chat with them. A lot of times with most major company that you're trying to get support from, when you go to their website and try to chat with somebody, a lot of those are AI agents or AI bots you're initially chatting with until you get either to a solution or it can't help you anymore. Then it starts driving you to a next person. So a lot of I'd say extreme large companies of the world, most of those have outsourced a lot of their traditional chat-based or phone-based support. The first couple of layers of that is now a lot of AI automated agents that when you're chatting with your prompts or you're asking your questions to, you're getting those types of just suggestions based on what you're typing until you get to a certain point. And then they'll either direct you to a live person after you spent, unfortunately, about maybe 10 or 15 minutes, or in some cases, maybe it can get you to a solution. All right. So again, that's what's called AI agents. The next part, for those of you out there in the operational world for your schools, I think it's good to mention, how can this help me be more efficient? How can I use this in my school operations? All right. So here's another prompt that we're gonna show you here. I've got a building generator. So this is the other thing to make sure when you're going to some of these chat tools or AI tools and you're asking it questions, maybe when you start, hey, my building generator did not start. That might be your first prompt. And then if you don't get enough solutions or enough tips to help you troubleshoot that, then you want to edit that prompt and then tell it, okay, when was the last time it worked? if there's any noise that we're hearing with it. So anytime you're going to some of these AI tools and you're looking for assistance, the more specific or the more details. A lot of our maintenance techs, we see them putting in model numbers of the unit that they're having problems with, and then they get more specific information. So if your technicians, they're having certain problems before maybe they have an expensive contractor come on site, maybe they can get some more questions to help even if we do have to have the contractor come on site, if we can give them more details about what problem we're having, maybe that can cut down the amount of hours we've got to outsource to get some of these big problems corrected. So again, I've got a generator. Hey, maybe it passed the test 3 months ago. What could be wrong? And then I mentioned, and I'll show you that in my prompt. Please also provide me the sources for that. That's the most recent thing that I've added. So at the bottom of my prompt, it'll tell me what websites it got these little suggestions for me. So again, just getting some ideas of certain problems we may be facing out in our school campus. All right. So again, I did mention the example of providing references. So at the bottom, a lot of these AI tools, they're starting to do this at the very bottom anyways, even if you don't ask for it. But at the bottom, a lot of these now, when you scroll down to the bottom of the results that the tool gives you, is you'll see some sources from where it got the document from maybe the manufacturer's website, or it's just some other tips or other websites that it found. So again, just make sure that when you're asking AI for some assistance or some questions, I would definitely recommend to ask it to provide the sources from where it got the data from. Okay, data quality. This is another very important. The better quality data that we have for our organization, then the better outcomes we can get from our systems. So in my example that I mentioned earlier, I'm classifying data. So if you've got certain spreadsheets of work, you're using a certain solution like for example, in our work order system, we're helping predict folks to identify what shop or trade this work order should be in case it got tagged to the wrong group, or maybe we don't even bother asking the schools to provide that for us when we submit a work order because we want the system to auto predict it. So again, helping prioritize work, prevent duplicates in the system. Those are some very things that can help you have better quality data when you're trying to run reports. Okay, how many carpentry problems have we had at school A versus school B? Or how many hours are we spending on dealing with certain types of problems? If we've got that data identified in our systems, then again, we can have better reporting outputs to help us decide how and where we spend our money. Where should we spend more time on preventive maintenance or planned maintenance? Again, having better quality data in our work order systems, those are things that can be gratefully efficient. We also mentioned earlier energy. Energy is a massive spend that all of our schools have. And again, we can't control costs most of the time, but if we can control usage as much as we can, maybe we're using some of these tools to rank our schools, letting each campus know where they spend or where they stand on usage per square foot, cost per square foot, show them some projections of where they're going to be. You're going to be the highest rate usage school based on a square footage basis. Those are some things to try to get some behavioral management in. So using this to predict for budgeting wise, that's very important. Your carbon footprint. So again, those are some different things to even based on weather trends that we see out there, use that to even predict what type of things that we're going to see progress out there. Helping you get more data in your systems, asset creation, that's been a big thing that we've seen, that we see that if I've got a technician, they're walking around campus, they're getting email to them when there's problems coming up, they're getting phone calls, they're getting text messages when there are problems on campus. Well, if they can use that device in their hand and just take photos of the equipment to help get answers, or just to take a photo of it and have the system show what open work orders or what PM checklist should you follow for this type of equipment, those are some other very powerful ways that we've seen AI to help even help some of the maintenance professionals out there. Help get a listing of where are all of my assets. Any photo you take with your smartphone, it does have the longitude and latitude in that, so the system can know where is that asset at. Well, it's got a longitude and latitude, so we can at least know in a certain radius of of course, what campus is that at. By having, manufacturers, how does the manufacturer of this unit compare versus train versus carrier? Being able to see which one is holding up the most, which work orders, which unit do I have the least breakdowns on. So if you've got asset data, you got work history, you got corrective maintenance, you got PM data. If you've got that in your system, that can give you, of course, better data. Now, this is just a real basic unit, a residential unit here that I did. But a lot of our campuses, they're just walking up, they're taking photos of nameplates, taking a photo of the unit, and then the system is just verifying the serial number, the model number, categorizing it, certain voltage. It's just using that type of data to capture an asset record. And with that, it also, a lot of folks use this technology to also go through and generate PM schedules. So if I'm walking around, I'm taking my camera. Some folks scan barcodes, QR codes, UPC codes. They're just taking photos of the units, and sometimes they're just updating data based on photos. Other times, when I create this asset, I need to have it tell me when should I look at this unit next? What should I do each quarter? What should I do semi-annual? What should I do annual? So that's another big problem that we see schools. It's usually too hard for school districts. They just don't have the manpower to go around and spend the money to have somebody fly on site, walk all your schools, collect your assets. Usually you've got to get a big funding project to be able to afford to have a full-blown assessment, to have somebody come in, take photos. Now, sometimes there are some grants or funds that help you get some good data. But when you get new equipment, you need to know what PM inspections we should provide for that. That's another nice little tool that we've used AI for, is when I take that photo of that piece of equipment, I put that into the system. I need it to also tell me, okay, quarterly and annually, what suggestions, what type of PM inspection should I provide? So we even use that to help the technicians generate quarterly, semi-annual, and each district decides that. What types of PM schedules do I want it to provide for me? And then it comes through and provides them what's the safety notes, what are the task lists that I should observe when I'm going through and doing this inspection each quarter. So whether it's vehicles, whether it's equipment, playground safety, what are some recent playground studies or safety procedures I should follow for the state of Montana for doing my playground inspections? So whether it's based on an asset or a location, being able to use AI to help generate what should you be inspecting, what safety concerns should I make sure that my staff's aware of when we're going out and performing certain inspections. Another challenge that we do see coming up with schools is a lot of times it's very hard to capture how much money I'm actually spending on work. There's labor hours, there's estimated charge per labor hour that a lot of school districts will track to account for that. A lot of folks use our software for that. But the other challenge is, okay, our technicians go out in the field, they have P cards, they pick up parts to solve work orders, but most time there's too much data entry and people just don't take the time to enter that cost data on a work order. So the other thing that we've used the AI technology for is to be able to take a picture of a receipt, have it capture the line items from that receipt or PDF document. Sometimes it's a PDF document that schools get from a receipt. So they either take a photo, upload an attachment to their work order, and then we scan the image and create a expense transaction to help capture the total cost of ownership. So again, just taking a photo of a receipt and extracting that data from that receipt to a transaction in the system. That's another nice use of, hey, how can I capture this data but not have our technicians spending 30 minutes a day, an hour a day just manually typing stuff in a phone or a computer. So using a lot more of this technology, taking photos and having the system upload that into your systems. Now some other efficiency gains for your staff. Some upcoming challenges that schools, from speaking a lot of these shows nationally, that we're hearing other school districts asking for. Your capital planning is usually a pretty challenging. Okay, each year, what are we going to present? We get maybe we're lucky that we get 4% or a certain percentage of our budget goes to capital replacement each year, or we have to get local or bonds to deal with new construction, or based on how we have people moving into our state. How does that result? How should I know when to replace or renew something in my district? So capital planning is something a lot of folks have been asking us to help solve with that. We do some on the capital planning side. These are my needs. These are my deficiencies. This is my 5, 10, 15, 30-year plan. That, of course, once you get outside a couple of years, things change so much with your schools that most people try to target for having a live update, at least, 1 to 3 year plan, and then just some estimated numbers to track for years in the future based on when breakdowns occur. But hey, give me 3 scenarios to present to my staff or my board of roof replacements. I've got X dollars. Help me prioritize which roofs should need the addressing first based on whatever data points I've got in my system. Again, it might be my last maintenance, my last life cycle. I've adjusted with that. So that's some other good examples of using some AI tools to help you prioritize some of the capital needs. A lot of you have that already in an Excel spreadsheet. Hey, how can I use some of this AI tool to help me prioritize my list of needs? So whether I've got dates of last renewal, square footage, square yards, whatever data I have, that could be another good use of AI. I'm doing some more on the predictive side of maintenance. Using some more what we call smart scheduling. There's these things called IoT sensors, where these little sensors that monitor your equipment. Some of your building automation manufacturers, they may be pitching those at some recent trade shows that you may be attending, where, hey, we put this device on your system and then it's monitoring your energy or your equipment performance in certain 5, 10, 15-minute intervals. And then when we see an alarm that goes out of a certain range, then we need to generate a work order for you, or we need to send you a text message. Some of you already have systems that do that now. But based on certain seasonal history or your past years, we see certain types of failures happen this time of year. Well, folks are looking to say, hey, I want my system to give me some alerts, give me some things to check before I have the failure on campus. So those are some other nice little tools that AI will help schools in the near future to start giving suggestions, things I should check before we have the next season to hopefully prevent when we fire up that piece of equipment, what type of maintenance should be done before the startup of that big unit. Some other ones that schools we've seen come up at different conferences, some of you smaller districts, we know that, hey, it's only going to be 1 or 2 of us that are going to be responding to work always. But some of the mid-size campuses out there, they're looking to have the system show me which contractor should do this work based on my past contracted maintenance, or show me which one of my staff should do this job. Or, hey, look at this description that came in from this school. Have I solved this problem before? Give me some past work orders where I've dealt with this same challenge. All right. So again, just to wrap that section up, just some just some of you that are dealing with the operational world of your schools, that's just some common challenges and common needs that we see. All right, getting back to some of the more general things, just some more tips. Of course, we always like just to remind the folks, hey, as always, your employees and your kids' privacy is at the forefront of any of these AI tools or any type of technology you're using. We definitely recommend not sharing, of course, emails, phone number. No, nobody shares social security information online anymore either. But even some folks, even names. We see people will exclude names from spreadsheets if they're sending data to some of these AI models that their district has approved. A lot of times they'll even de-identify some of the spreadsheets, remove some columns. So if you are asking it to summarize a document, some folks will do a find and replace to remove names out of some of the like Word documents or PDF documents that you may convert to a Word document or some other type of format before you push it through some of these AI tools. Because again, the other thing we definitely would say, definitely consult with your IT department. A lot of times your IT, your technology directors, they probably already have some information for you. They probably have some training guides for you too. Hey, what for our district, if we're talking district data, now again, when you're dealing with your personal problems for your homes that you may be asking it for, your cars, that's of course different. But if when you're dealing with questions that you're using at your district to try to help you with, okay, we want to make sure we're using whatever our IT professionals want us to use. So if you're a Google shop, like I mentioned earlier, then they're probably going to push you to use maybe some of the Google Gemini tools. If you're a Microsoft shop where your email is Microsoft Outlook, they're probably going to want you to use more of the Copilot, some of those systems. There's been some of these AI tools that most of them were all for nonprofit initially. Some of them have become a for-profit organization. Some of them have changed over. When they become a for-profit, that means, hey, they're trying to use data that your questions you're using to sell ads to other people to make money for their company. So again, just make sure that's another thing. Not just not sharing certain data, but make sure you're consulting with your IT departments, making sure you're using the right tools that your district wants you to. Definitely structuring your data, providing the more details you can provide to your online prompts, that can get you the best output. If you search on something, it doesn't give you what you want, hey, that's okay. Just you want to edit that prompt, ask it, give it some more details, try again. That's the other thing is you can tell an AI prompt to regenerate the text. Okay, try again, and it'll look for some different sources to give you if you're pretty sure the data is not what you're looking for. So again, just change your prompts. We've got a few minutes here at the end that I'll pull through a couple of these examples. And I mentioned rephrasing, rewording some of your things, but definitely if it's, I mentioned the maintenance and operation example. If I've got model numbers, I've got serial numbers, the more of that type of information, like model numbers, the manufacturer, if I can tell it, what exact model number, who made the unit, if I know more of that type of information, that additional context can help me get a better, more detailed solution instead of just some generic tasks that I should follow. And as always, hey, this AI technology, it is exciting, but again, we just like anything on the internet that we read and see, hey, we it's okay, we want to trust it, but we still need to verify. We need to look at the sources of where we're getting this information from. So again, the goal of this is to help you have another tool in your tool belt to help you get some answers a little quicker that might have took you longer, or summarizing this text that you have there. So again, just make sure you're verifying what you're using here. Okay, all right. Well, since we do have a couple of minutes left here, just kind of wrapping up here, I'm gonna go to a couple of prompts. I've got a couple of questions I've already asked it, so I'll just show you a couple of little examples here for us here. So again, here, let me browse over me jump. There we go. Perfect. Okay, so I've got a prompt that I was just using a minute ago, so I'm just going to copy that. So whatever web browser that I'm using, again, here with my company, we use Google as our email tool. So my IT department, they prefer me to use Google, but again, some of you mentioned that you use Chat GPT. Again, whatever some we've seen some folks, they'll go to several of these prompts and ask it the same question and see which one they get the best solution from out there, and use pieces maybe of all three of them. Because again, based on the different ones you have, you might get some different results. So I've got Google Gemini, I've got Chat GPT, I've got Claude is another one. It touts more being security, more security out there, more security based. But again, always consult your technology professionals. And some of these will also have plugins for you. Like one thing I deal with a lot is a lot of times I get a lot of PDF documents that people are asking me, "Hey, I got this PDF document. I lost the Word document that I created it from. Can you help me extract this PDF document and put it back in a Word document?" Sometimes some of the online tools are pretty expensive to do that. So those are some examples. Or hey, I need to create an image. I need a image to put in this PowerPoint presentation that I'm using. So again, those are again lots of different types of things that may have took you, hours to build before in the past. A lot of these things can do it. So I've got the generator problem that I'm putting in here. Hey, and you see I put pretty detailed information in here about that unit. I said, hey, it's not starting, but it tested fine last month. What could be wrong? And please give me the sources. So when I take that prompt, you can see it's just going through and giving me some things that I should check. And so it's just giving me a couple of things to go through. And then at the bottom, there's my sources, where it tells me, okay, it's actually just pulling it right from the website. And then it gives me a troubleshooting form that I can go to. So again, if now some of these tools give you the sources automatically, but I like to always make sure in my prompt that I ask it to provide me the sources just at the bottom to make sure I've got some points to drive me to this. Again, I'll jump to Chat GPT. I'll ask it the same type of question. And then again, you see, again, it's just going through. Again, it'll be a little similar for some of the results, but you may see some discrepancies in some of these. So I'll give, and then like this one didn't do a good job of giving me the sources of where it got the data from. That Google has done pretty good at that. Claude's usually pretty good with giving me the sources too. I'll zoom out a little bit to have me zoom way in there. Great. So again, that's just some little examples there. Again, I mentioned we've took a lot of these tools and just put them in our software too. So when we work with districts, they're saying, okay, Pat, I need some help capturing where all my equipment are at my different couple schools that I manage. Where are my fire extinguishers at? So, I want to take a picture of the fire extinguisher. I want to take a picture of the nameplate and tell it to remind me to have the fire marshal come in and inspect it. Next year or certain time frequency. So those are some things that like we've done in our software. Hey, let me use this AI technology, take a picture of a nameplate, have it create that asset record for me in the system. Or hey, I also want it to generate some PM tasks and procedures that I should check quarterly or semi-annual for that asset. So that's another area where we've took some of these AI tools and just integrated them into our software. Or take a picture of a receipt and then have that scan that picture of that receipt. In this case, I had a PDF document that I just did a few minutes ago before we started up, but just being able to have that. So whether it's a work order system you're using, a preventive maintenance system, again, whether it's just an email program that you're using, or it's just you got some type of equipment failure, or you need to attach a document or a big PDF document that a manufacturer sent you. Hey, scan this document and tell me what I should look at for this type of problem that I'm having. So sometimes it's giving it a document and telling it to summarize something for you. Sometimes it's just asking it a question about a problem that may be occurring on your campus. Maybe it's helping you build a presentation or helping you. Maybe you've typed an email and then you want it to summarize that email or make it more concise for you. So those are just some other, I would say, practical uses that you may see coming up more and more in your school. So again, just to kind of wrap things up for my portion of it, thank you for all you folks for all you do for our community. I know they've attached the slides here. So some of you that may have not used AI a lot, it just gives I put some of the common ones here. But again, always consult. If you're doing something with school data, just make sure you're consulting with your IT departments there. The QR code just goes to the Gemini. That's again what I've used in most of my prompts here. But again, you can take a photo of the QR code. It just takes you to Gemini. Or again, if you want to try something just with some of a personal problem you might be having with some equipment at home at your home, or if you got again something with your school, just again always just consult with your IT professionals there. So with that, I do appreciate everyone having me. Give me a few minutes of your time to talk a little bit more about AI. So myself, Pat Buchanan, Nick Grubb, he's our rep that covers Montana for us. So again, appreciate you having us on board. And if anybody does have any questions, please let us know. But thanks everybody for having us.
Thank you guys so much. I do have one quick question. What would you
Yes.
suggest for a school district that's very small, like a one-man operation? Where would be the best place to just get started to try to make themselves more efficient?
Yeah. Oh gosh, that's a great one. Yeah, it definitely. That's when you look across the country. It's some of the recent stats I looked at. About 70% of our school districts out there, we've got 70% of our school districts are usually less than just a handful of schools. So a lot of us, we just don't have a lot of manpower, a lot of staff in sight. So I would say, just a lot of maintenance problems or a lot of issues that you're maybe consulting or contracting out. Hey, if we can use some of these tools just to ask it some questions about our equipment failures that might be happening, I think that could be very useful for you. If you can be more knowledgeable when you're calling contractors to get quotes, especially for your small ones where you're having to outsource some of this stuff. Hey, we don't have this certified technician to deal with this type of problem. Being able to go to some of these AI prompts, describe the problem that your equipment's having it give you some more, at least talking points to talk to some of these contractors. Doesn't mean you're going to solve the problem yourself, but if it gives you some more talking points and maybe we can make an 8-hour job 4 hours, that's some pretty good time, some cost savings for your district there.
Hey, Pat, I had a question also.
Yes, please.
So when you suggested using AI to kind of predict utility costs and things like that, and I think that's a wonderful idea. How would you build that prompt? I mean, do you ask it to compare to forecast predictions, or how would you build that prompt?
Well, yeah, that's a great one. For that, I would probably recommend if you already have a lot of schools, if they're not using software, like we have all that models built into our energy software, but you're saying, well, we're not ready to use an energy program to do that automatically for us. But if you have at least some of your bill history, maybe in PDF form that you can upload it into some of these models, that's one example. But a lot of districts that I've seen, they will type it in an Excel spreadsheet each month. This is my usage, this is my cost, and just do it from the past if they do it each month when they get their bills. And then they'll give that spreadsheet to AI. Hey, look at my usage and my cost for these campuses and predict what my usage will be next year. Or based on what my past cost has been escalating, predict how much more my energy spend will be month by month. If you've given a spreadsheet and give it months, usage, and cost, you can tell that prompt, hey, look at the spreadsheet and give me projections for the next year, or maybe if I've got several years in that sales, okay, look at this data, give me the next 2 to 3 years. And you can also tell it to look at weather data. Also look at the weather data based on my zip code. So those are some things you can tell it to look at the data it gives you, and then edit that prompt and say, hey, okay, now also based on this data, now also normalize this based on the weather with my zip code. So yeah, so those types of things, the weather normalization, that's something we've done in our software, but you can get to that just by getting to a prompt. But I say it has to be, you probably have to have that data in some Excel spreadsheets, or at least in PDF forms,
Yeah.
to be able to get to get the prompts to give you some of that data for sure.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. Great questions.
So I'm going to send this data sheet in the chat here. It just kind of gives you a little bit of information about what we do for schools. So just let me know if anybody needs more information.
Oh yeah, I see Lacey posted here enrollment projections. Gosh, that I worked with the state of West Virginia recently. That's one of their things that their IT departments have been looking at. Hey, based on our enrollment changes for the past 10 years, project what our enrollment's going to be coming up. That's a great one out there.
Thank you guys so much. We really appreciate it. We'll definitely forward any other questions that we receive from our membership onto you as well. And we gave the contact information for both Nick and Pat is also in the chat as well. Thank you guys so
All right,
very
thank you very
Thank
much.
you, Shelley. Appreciate you
Thanks.
having us.
You
All
take
right,
care.
have a great day.
All right. We're back, everybody, with our next session of our facilities workshop with Louise Welch with the Intercap loans with Montana Board of Investments. And I will leave this to Louise, and she will get us started.
All right.
You are ready to rock.
Sounds good. Let's see if if this thing will start changing for me like it should. Sorry about that. Hang on a sec. Always fun with technical difficulties, right?
It never fails, so don't stress it.
Never fails. All right. So let's see if I do this, if it will behave itself. All right. Well, good morning. I hope everybody can hear me. Shelley, can you hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you great.
Okay, so I'm going to turn my video back on for Zoom. For some reason, it doesn't want to work in my my little presentation here. So if you see that weird little bubble in there, that's supposed to be me. That's what I get for trying new technology, right? So, okay, so good morning. My name is Louise Welsh. I am the Director of Municipal Loans with the Board of Investments. Been with the Board of Investments for about 24 years. I'll be sharing information on the BOI's STIP, that's the short-term investment pool, the Intercap loan program, and also we have a new Montana Housing Assistance Programs. So first of all, let's get that chat box fired up. So I think you folks are already used to using that chat box. So I will mail this $5 Starbucks gift card to the first person to type in the chat box of where this school that you see on the main slide here, what the name of the school pictured and where it's located. So you could win a $5 Starbucks gift card, and we'll announce that winner at the end of the presentation with a little bit of history trivia. So speaking of history, the Board of Investments. What is the Board of Investments, first of all, before we go into what programs we have to offer? And so the BOI was created in 1971, and it merged with the Montana Economic Development Board as part of the Build Montana in 1984. We have about 33 employees and manage over $28 billion in pension funds. You're familiar with the teachers' retirement system. There's also the public employees retirement. We have judges, police, game wardens. I know I'm missing one. But we have those pension funds, also trust funds. The biggest one, of course, is the Coal Severance Tax Trust. Insurance reserves, you're probably more familiar with the state fund or the work comp. We invest those funds, and also certain local government funds. So part of that is the management of several programs available to local governments, and such as the STIP program, Intercap, and the Montana Housing Assistance Programs. So we'll go first of all with the STIP overview. So what is STIP? STIP was created by the legislature in 1973 as an investment vehicle to manage Montana State Agency, university, and then they also opened it up to local governments like yourselves, the school districts, so that as a place of investment. So it's a safe, convenient option to invest and withdraw cash within minimal notice. So if you put in your request at 2 p.m. Today, you could get those funds tomorrow. And there's no minimum balance required. STIP had a market value of about 8.4 billion, and that was at the end of September. We also manage a reserve fund of about 91 million as of the end of September. The fundamental qualitative risk for STIP is that a participant might not be able to redeem one share of STIP for $1. So how do we manage that? That's what that reserve is all about. And it's also the way we invest those funds is that focus is safety first. We have liquidity second, and then income is third. So a STIP reserve account that is maintained, we use that to offset realized gains or losses. The reserve is available to limit fluctuations in the net asset value, the NAV, to the extent deemed prudent by BOI staff. So one common question, and sorry about that, that's supposed to be me right now. So one common question that arises is STIP, the short-term investment pool, is it FDIC insured? That's a very good question, and the simple answer to that is no. STIP is not FDIC insured. But let's talk about that for a bit. The standard deposit insurance coverage limit is $250,000. That's per depositor, per FDIC insured bank, per ownership category. So something to think about is the size of your entity's budget, and if all is held in one bank, how much of that is really being FDIC insured or protected? So an account that contains more than 250,000, and I don't know about your budget, but I'm sure that your school budget is much more than 250,000, is if it's at one bank or multiple accounts with the same owner or owners is insured only up to 250,000. So, and the protection doesn't come from taxes or congressional funding. Instead, it's banks paying into the insurance system, and the insurance provides their customers with protection. So just wanted to let you know that you have another option to invest those funds, and with liquidity in mind on that. So what's the performance on STIP? STIP, this graph that we provided here is a comparison that STIP really kind of tracks close to the Federal Reserve U.S. Treasury constant maturity 1 month index. Big mouthful, but pretty much U.S. Treasury is what it's tracking there. So how does a person get into STIP? You can go to our website. There you can download the participation agreements, it'll be a resolution that your governing body passes. Also, there's 2 exhibits there. The exhibit A would be who has the authority to do the transaction, and also exhibit B gives us the account information. Annually, once a year, BOI staff will send out a confirmation on that to so if there have been any changes that you can let us know. The only time a new resolution needs to be done is if there's a change in the authorized representative. The authorized representative can change delegates. It's just when the authorized representative that the governing body chose, if there's a change there, we'll need that new resolution. So something to consider too
So
is,
Louise,
yeah.
I'm sorry, I have a quick question. So The resolution is all you need to be from the or passed by the board. There's no election or anything else that comes into play with STIP.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Yep. Good question. Thank you. So something to consider, according to the internet, and of course I'm quoting this with hesitation because it's the internet, right? So it says the national average yield for savings accounts, so if you just have a regular savings account out there, is approximately 46 basis points, or what does that look like is 0.46%, right? So I congratulate any of you that's getting that from your local bank, because I'm certainly not, and in my personal bank, and I don't know about yours, but the STIP average yield at the end of October was 4.9%. So you might get a little more bang for your buck. Just saying. No minimum balance required. The publicly marketed large, another one to think about is these large general obligation bonds. So when you're building those schools and whatnot, you have those millions of dollars. Most of the time, those are funded at closing, fully funded at closing. So you could park those funds. Just think about it in STIP, you could be making a yield on those funds while you're constructing, drawing those funds out during the construction time, in the construction phase. Now there is an arbitration thing there, but that's something that can be discussed further. But just so you know that is offered out there for an option to invest the school's funds. All right, so let's change to, we're going to switch gears. Any questions? Any more questions on STIP?
I think I answered the one that was out there, but and then maybe what you were just speaking to was who makes the resolution, the school board or the county? And what I responded was that if you are investing directly, not through your county, it would be your board.
Yes, that's correct. Yep.
Thank you.
Good job. Good answer, Donnie. All right, so let's switch gears then and take a look at the Intercap program. So Intercap is in its 37th year of service. I've been with BOI for 24 years, as I mentioned earlier. 22 of that is primarily managing the Intercap program. And Peggy Soraya, I believe she is also on Zoom. If she would flip on her video, that would be great. If not, Peggy, that's okay. But she
It's
is
coming.
it's covered. Okay, there
Hi.
she is. All right, Peggy is our credit analyst. She's been with us for about 4 years. She is our first contact person for Intercap. So welcome aboard, and thank you for hanging in there with us there, Peggy. All right, so Intercap basics. What do we got? Low cost loan program is a variable interest rate. New rates are effective every February 16th, so that's the variable. It resets every February. The average rate over the 15 years is 2.41%, and that was during that time period when rates were really low. Now the current rate is 5.75%. And for those that were not set up for auto pay, the existing loans that decided not to do that, they are charged the 6.25%, and that's so that we can make up for that handling that's required for checks, wires, that sort of thing. So over 200 school districts have used Intercap. Nearly 380 school loans totaling 70 million have been funded out there. So speaking of interest rates, that 5.75, let's have a little fun and go back in time a little bit and do a little then and now. So let's look at the 70s. Back in the 70s, excuse me, a car loan was about 11.5%, and it matured in under 3 years. So at that time, you had a $100 a month payment, right? So by the end of 78, this is really showing how interest rates and costs of things were starting to climb even then, was that they started to extend those loans. In 78, became a 5-year term. As early as the mid 80s, they cranked it up to a 7-year term to repay that debt. So what did it look like for that minimum wage earner out there? So a new single cab, one ton truck. That's the working man's truck, right? So in 87, they were about $14,000. You know what the interest rate was then? it was 12 to 21% for a 5-year term. All right, so that was then, right? So what's happening now? I know that all of you are looking at those interest rates and the cost of vehicles. Right now, that same truck is about 46,000. The interest rates out there are 13 to 23%, depending on credit score. And so what does that look like for the minimum wage guy? Minimum wages in 87, that was only $3.35. So $6,700 a year that minimum wage earner was making before taxes. And the new truck payment at that time would take 63% of that person's wages. Now it's only $10.30 an hour. So you got about 20,000, 21,000 a year before taxes. 70% if you wanted a new pickup. So which is fine. I was that kid. I didn't get the new car. I had to get a used car. I had an apartment. I didn't have the new house, and so used is fine. Used is good, and I'll explain to you a little bit why that's good. And coming back to the rate history, if anyone's curious about rate history with the Intercap program, Intercap, we do post that loan rate history on our website, and of course the highest Intercap interest rate was back in 1989. So 2 years after the inception year of 87, that was 7.95%. So thinking about what was happening in the 80s then with the 12 to, what was it, 20, 21, 22%, Intercap was at 7.95. So just letting you know how that looks when it comes to, yes, it's variable, but it's also competitive throughout the year. Another thing to think about while you're out there, maybe shopping for yourself for a new vehicle, but there's folks here on the call right now who needs to maybe shop for their school district for a vehicle of some kind. Think about with new vehicles, they depreciate about 15 to 20%. And it's not the moment it's driven off the lot like you think. It's actually when that title is registered to the buyer. So as soon as that title flips into your name, flips into your school's name, that's when you lose 15 to 20%. So what does that look like on your loan, right? So that new pickup was what, 46,000? This day and age, 20% of that 46,000, $9,200 is now on your loan that you're paying interest on for what? The new car smell. So here's the deal. Let somebody else pay the new car smell. Get a commitment from Intercap. Don't let them know that you already have the financing already when you're negotiating that price, because the salesmen also get 2.5% commission arranging for that third-party financing. So just a tip there might save you a few dollars. All right, so just a little bit more on these Intercap loans. Going back to the slide here, the loan term is either the statutory limit, 15 years, or useful life of the project, whichever is less. So useful life, what does that mean? For a building, you could do the maximum 15 years because the buildings, you aren't doing a replacement type scenario like you are for vehicles. Police vehicle, we know that they get lots of mileage and whatnot on them. So we'll go 5 to 7 on a vehicle. Depending with fire trucks, we've gone 10 years because for the most part, we hope that they're just staying in there and getting waxed and not so much fires as we have these last couple of years anyway. So, okay. Let's see a little bit more on where the money was coming from for funding these Intercap loans. Is that originally those loans were funded with publicly sold and annually remarketed tax exempt bonds. So we've had many programmatic changes, adjustments implemented since 2022 that resulted in our being able to keep those loan interest rates as low as possible, and we were able to get rid of a lot of the big costs. We were paying about $500,000 a year on just remarketing costs. So we were able to get rid of those costs and work that right back into saving for the borrowers in a lower interest rate as moving forward. All right, any questions so far? All right, Johnny is shaking her head. We're moving on. Okay. All right. So how is the intercap loan rate determined? So as I said earlier, we used to have those tax exempt bonds that we remarketed every year. We are still have a reset every February, but now what we're doing, so we got rid of all of those old tax exempt bonds. We were publicly remarketing, and we actually have the bond that we're using to fund these loans in the short-term investment pool. So see how that works? If you're investing your cash in the short-term investment pool, you're receiving that yield that borrowers in the Intercap program are paying. So it's by Montana, from Montana, for Montana. I like to think that we're out there, we're helping each other instead of letting the outside people take advantage. This way we're able to keep our costs down and help each other out at the same time. So the bond and loan rate reset every February. The bond rate to STIP participants is based on a midpoint 1-year treasury on February 14th plus 10 basis points. So if you're curious about what that loan rate might be coming up, just watch those 1-year treasuries and you'll be able to kind of guess where we're at. Now we're able to put a 1.5% operating spread on top of that bond rate. Keep that in mind. So this year, the 5.75, what does that look like? We are paying a STIP 5.049% as the bond rate. And then, so we've only put a spread on there of 0.701%. Once again, showing that how we'd like to keep those rates low. And our loan repayments are due every February and August 15th. All right. So here we get into the really, really fun stuff. So if anybody wants to get up and do some jumping jacks in your Spider-Man PJ bottoms, you bet, go for it. We won't look. So we'll go on here with, we got types of loans available. So with schools, we can do a general fund loan. And these loans are for everything you can think of. If a school can borrow for it, you can get a loan through Intercap. It's just how it's structured. So a general fund, that's usually a promissory note scenario, promissory note loan agreement. Building reserve fund, those are voted. So we will also be requiring election information. And general obligation bonds, yes, we do purchase those. And they are also a voted type debt. So let's look at general fund loan. So like I said, it's something that you can, in that code 20-9-471 for your light reading, and everybody loves reading statute, I just know. So in that code is where schools can borrow without a vote, except for one thing, and that is the construction piece of it. So if you're buying property, buying a building, or if it's new construction, there is a part in there that says that you aren't able to do it without a vote, and also not more than 20% of the existing real property to a facility containing classrooms, and that percent may not exceed within a 5-year period. So just a little heads up there. Also, the Board of Investments used to be the, by statute, was the ones that were only able to do loans under this code. And they expanded that to outside local banks and whatnot. I believe that was in the 2021 legislature that expanded that anyway, but they did leave in there that we do have the right of first refusal. So what does that mean? So you would send us the application. We would take a look at it. If it's something that we don't feel we want to take that on as a loan, then we would give you first right of refusal, or we would just let you know that we had our chance at it, and you're open to have that to present it to other banks to borrow for. So mostly only the time I've ever done those is in the case of energy cost savings loans, and I'll show you that here in a second. So energy general fund, the energy cost savings, that is also in Title 20 or Chapter 20, Title 9471. No election is required on those. The biggest holdback on using an intercap loan with energy cost savings is our variable rate. It's a little hard for them to do the investment grade audit on that to show how it cash flows and pays for itself. So the easiest part of it is just send me the application. I can give you that okay, we've had our first right of refusal on it, and away you go. Easy peasy. It's just a simple email and off you go. These next couple of slides will show you the extent of getting an energy cost savings loan through Intercap. There's quite a few hurdles there, so I'm completely okay doing letting you go off with another local bank and getting a fixed rate or whatever you can find there for those energy cost savings. Let's see, moving on to Building Reserve Fund. Those they used to be a 5-year pledge. Now they can do a 15-year pledge of those building reserves. And that's a note that we do on those. And we would require election information. General obligation bonds also voted, 15-year max on those. And we do require a bond counsel, that school district would engage a bond counsel to be the one who provides the opinion on that. All right, so how's everybody doing out there? This stuff will make a chipmunk on no dose go to sleep. So hang in there. Hang in there with me. We're almost there.
Louise, if you're not able to see the chat, I just wanted you to know that there were a couple of kudos out there given to the Board of Investments as to the process and how it worked for a couple of school districts, one for investments, the other for a general fund loan. And so, yeah, some confirmations that the program is exceptional to use.
All right, wonderful. I like that news. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. So have we heard anything yet for any guesses on that school yet? On that first slide?
Nobody's posted yet. I was wondering
what?
who AI to find that answer.
Oh my gosh. It's going to be pretty amazing. You'll be amazed to find out where this school is at and that it's still operating. Okay, so just a little bit more on the general obligation bonds that they are voted. DA Davidson and Dorsey and Whitney are on the agenda November 20th. They have an hour and a half session on that. They will go into a deeper dive on those general obligation bonds and what goes on there. And I believe they also provide an example to help get you started on those. So if you can catch that, I highly recommend it. They're awesome at their job, and they do very good, and they can help walk you through those processes. All right, so the other thing we have is the Intercap application. That one is available online. So we're strictly doing this stuff online. And it's a lot less than it used to be. So way easier, simpler to use, and we're able to get all the financials that we need online. And if we need anything, then we just come back to whoever sent that in and do the follow-up for that information. We do our own loan servicing. So that was part of the 2022 program adjustments that we did. Since we've done that, I believe we were saving about 60 to 70,000 a year by bringing all that in-house. So when you are dealing with your fundings, your repayments, we got you top to bottom with the Board of Investments. You can even come to our office if you need to. You have somebody actually face-to-face that you can visit with if you need to. And we're at 2401 Colonial Drive here in Helena. So kind of a thing that is hard to get anymore. Everything is so electronic. So you have actual people, live people you can talk to. A little bit more on, we have private activity loans. We used to be limited on that. What's a private activity loan? That would be something along the lines of, say, a county owns a hospital building, but they have a nonprofit that is managing it. Something along those lines. We have a little more flexibility with that since we've changed away from those tax exempt bonds. Vehicle and equipment liens, we used to require liens, and now we don't. Maybe on a case-by-case basis, we might require one, just if it's a little tight in the repayment ability there. But right now, we don't require those equipment liens. So the typical credit analysis, I kind of touched on that a little bit earlier. Of course, the application, we take a look at the last 2 fiscal year financials, and it also needs to be within the legal debt limit. And you might want to wonder why within that legal debt limit. So in 29406, that is where you can find the school's statutory indebtedness, what that cap is. And the reason why that's important is if your debt is over that, then it's void. So that's why a lender wants to take a look and make sure that that's okay. So in the voted stuff, what are we looking at? For election information, we would be looking for a resolution calling for the election, copy of the ballot, the notice of election, when it was posted, published, and the certificate of election. So those are just some of the things that we would be considering when it comes to anything that was voted as the repayment source. So these loans are reviewed on a first come, first served basis. It typically takes about 4 to 8 weeks from application to funding, and the staff approved limit is up to $1 million. Anything over that, we got to go to our board for finals, so that takes a little bit longer to get. And of course, our application is available online. So here's our website where you can find that application. You can also find the file upload. That's where you can upload information if we ask for anything extra, and also the ACH form. That would be the electronic funds transfer form that is available as well, and that is where you can upload that information securely. So very quickly, this is what the application looks like. And so you have 3 pages, and then you have this certification statement here. And then it gives you a review at the end. And it also provides, if you log in or create an account, it will also save that so you can go back to it. All right, so what happens after the loan is approved? That loan commitment expires in a year. So extension requests are super easy. If it's something that is just past that first year, we can easily bump that out 6 months. If it's past that initial 6 months, then we'll take a look at your financials and just make sure that everything's okay to extend it beyond that. The closing process is usually 3 weeks based on the timing of the school trustee public meetings. The loan package includes the loan resolution to adopt and a template attorney's opinion that is transferred on your attorney's letterhead and signed off on. A lot of representations there. The biggest ones that attorneys kind of balk at a little bit, but this is the reason why you want to make sure that they are a part of your financing ideas before you go through the closing process, is make sure your environmental permitting is there, and also your competitive bidding was done according to statute. So draw request that is received by a Tuesday, we fund that Friday. Intercap ACHs those funds to the county treasurer. There are some schools out there with special agreement with their counties that they actually use their own accounts, but those are only a couple of them. Generally, it's through the county treasurer. So the repayments, once again, are due every February 15 and August 15. The automatic payment is via debit from the borrower's account initiated by the Board of Investments accounting staff. We update the payment schedules. We do that every March. And let's see, March, August, and February. Or no, that isn't right. We update the rate every March. We send out a new schedule before the August payment in July. We also send out one in January before the February payment is due. So that way you have the most updated schedules. So draft schedules are rolled into one when the loan is fully funded or the remaining commitment is closed out. All right, and this is what a schedule looks like. Just kind of a sample of the different loan interest rates that were effective at the time on a simple loan of 350,000. When school loans, when they mature in June. So that follows in with a statute requirement. They go by fiscal year in the borrowing loan statutes. So that's why we end it within a fiscal year. Okay. Were there any questions on Intercap before I switch to the next program?
Not seeing any questions, but we do have one guess on your school.
Oh, really? What is it?
Malmberg at Bozeman?
Well, we'll see if that's right. We'll wait till the end.
All right.
All right. Thank you for the guess. Okay, so the last program that the Board of Investments has to offer here, and it's brand new in this last legislative session in 23, is the Montana Housing Assistance Programs. Now, this one that I'm talking about is the Montana Housing Infrastructure Bond Program, and that's the one that is available for local governments. So the idea behind this was there's the legislature allocated 106 million for the Board of Investments to use towards towards affordable housing. So the call was for workforce housing, affordable housing. This is one program that helps get that infrastructure to that affordable housing. So what's a little bit of the details on that? They are a low fixed rate financing for up to 20 years, fixed rate. So these ones are fixed, Intercap is variable. The funds may be used to expand or extend water, wastewater, stormwater, street, road, curb, gutter, and sidewalk infrastructure to serve new or rehabilitated residential development. How these work is that the local government and the co-purchaser or bank is the local government, the school would work with a bank. The bank would be 50% of the bond that is issued, and then Board of Investments would take the other 50% of that. So the first one, the bank would put their yield on that, and then the Board of Investments, whatever that yield is, would only charge 25% of that co-purchaser's yield. Kind of confusing, and I'm happy to discuss this later, or just give me a call. It's kind of complicated, but it is an excellent way to get some low funds out there to get that infrastructure to the affordable housing. So some of the requirements there is that there's a minimum gross density of 10 units for each acre. The local government must waive or offset all the impact fees for the developer up to the amount of the security, and the BOI Bond Council needs to review the whole process at the borrower's expense. So are there any questions in regards to the Montana Housing Infrastructure Bond Program? Okay.
Seeing any, but that doesn't mean later.
Okay. All right. Maybe I'll send a shock through the computer and we can get the paddles, right? Get the paddles. All right, you guys are fun. So here is that school, and yes, it is still there. So if you have any of these contacts, just a little bit on the BOI contacts, of course, there's mine, Peggy, and also if you have questions on the short-term investment pool, Jessie Lynn Saloy is an excellent person to work with, and she will help you through either starting or updating or whatever you need to do with your short-term investment pool. So let's take a look at this school, and congratulations, Miss Tina Hill. You got it. It is Malmborg in Bozeman. It's over in the Bozeman Pass area on Jackson Creek Road, actually. This school was built in 1905. It is still alive and well. It is pre-kindergarten to 8th grade, and there's 9 students in it. It's the only octagonal school in Montana. So a little history note that I pulled off of Historic Montana website is that, let's see, the one-story octagonal school originally sported an open front porch with wooden Doric columns resting on high plinths. I don't know what plinths is. Somebody in the construction world can help us with that. Had an open bell tower also supported by Doric columns. At one time capped the roof. The bell tower, normally associated with church architecture, provided a moral overtone to the building's design, while a residential style porch visually linked the school and the home. So most often found in Mid-Atlantic states in predominantly Dutch communities, octagonal schools are also associated with mid-19th century reformer Orson Fowler, who promoted the octagon mode of the building in his book. It says, a home for all. Architectural pattern books offered plans for octagonal schools and listed their benefits. And so all the way down, we'll cruise through that. It said the school's north windows were walled in after 1919 to prevent cross-lighting from harming students' vision, and a shed addition in the 1940s provided space in the indoor restrooms. So this little darling is still alive and well, has students in there, and 9 students, and they resisted all the consolidation that was happening to expand the options for schools. This little school was for children of farmers and ranchers and railroaders, and they stuck it out and then they kept their school. So I thought that was pretty cool. So yes, congratulations, Miss Tina. If you will give your contact information to our lovely MASBO people, I will mail you that that gift card. And I really appreciate everybody's time. That is all I had, and it's open to questions. So go for it, bring it on.
Well, I have a question.
Sure.
Are you seeing more and more schools getting involved in STIP, or is it still pretty minimal?
I would say it's minimal right now, and it really depends on how much liquid there is out there for schools. Not very many schools have a lot of cash, but there are some with maybe endowments, like I said, with their general obligation bonds that they're doing, are using STIP. I would think that, and I would encourage it if you do have, like I mentioned earlier, there's no minimum balance on those, and it's a higher interest rate, and you can get your money. It's liquid, and so it's not tied up in like a certificate of deposit or something like that. So keep an open mind for that, and it is an option that's open to local governments and schools.
Awesome. Oh, Bob shared with us what a plinth is. Thank you, Bob. It's
And
great
what is
having.
it?
Let's see, a pedestal base.
Okay.
Tina said she hopes to use STIP for her scholarship endowments. I love that idea. Lacey, do you have specific? Because you mentioned too that you use it.
Nothing specific. We put an initial investment in there, and then we've moved money around over time, and it's super easy, very liquid, very great responses when we have questions. Nothing but ease. And really good return rates on our money.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. All I can say too is we really appreciate the fact that this group has always been so great about sharing their information. They want to help you utilize these programs. And you guys have stuck through. We haven't seen a lot of turnover in your guys' departments versus some state organizations, so we appreciate that as well. That the knowledge base is there to help schools out. So we really, really appreciate that.
Well, I can really say that the Board of Investments it's a good team, and we really don't have very high turnover here because of that. So it's good. We enjoy it. Also, just a little bit more on STIP. When you go to the STIP website, you'll see that there is a button for the web portal, and so everything is done online. Once you're set up, you get in that portal. You can do your buys and sells, and you have control over that. And so, and then even if you're like, oh, I didn't do enough, or I did too much, you can actually go in there and delete it at before the 2 o'clock time, and nothing happens. So so it's very easy to use.
That's awesome. All right. Any other questions, guys?
I guess I just would like to ask for a little more information on the newest option for the housing.
Sure.
Are you seeing a lot of activity in that program, and can you give some examples of what current loans are being made for?
Sure. For the bond program, I have only had one so far, and that was the city of Missoula. So Missoula has a redevelopment agency, the MRA, and I don't know how familiar everyone is with Missoula, but so you have the North Reserve area, and then this is in the Scott Street. So as you're traveling on the highway, I would say as you go past Orange Street exit out to Reserve, if you're looking to your left, that is all a tax increment financing district. They call it the North Reserve Scott Street District. So within there, they had specifically set up a development in there. It's just called the Scott Street Development, and it's for affordable housing. A lot of it's for affordable housing, and then some of it was for market. So anyway, we were able to use this funding to get the infrastructure done, the water, sewer, the curbing, the streets, all that cool stuff for Missoula. So that's the only one I've used so far. Using that, they were able to put in, I believe, about 89 units. Half of that was for affordable housing in the area. And how they justified, or how they were able to prove that it was for affordable housing, the developer, they had donated part of that, or the affordable housing piece of it, to the community, to a community land trust there in Missoula. And then they have a nonprofit that makes sure that it sticks to the affordable housing theme. So that was the way that they got those funds. Where it's really been used is our linked deposit program, and that's with so the Board of Investments, they actually put into an approved lender. They put that on deposit. The approved lender then was able to lend that out to affordable housing projects, and that's where most of those funds were went to work, was in that area.
So follow up to that, I know there are some schools around the state that are making the investment to build housing because there is nowhere for their teachers to live in their communities. Could they access this program for those types of situations?
I think they could. The biggest key is the affordable housing piece of it. Is it for affordable housing, or are they doing it where they are renting it and it's at market rate? So we'd have to take a look at it. It would be like a case by case basis.
Good to know. Thank you.
Not to say the Intercap couldn't, of course, we're there.
Okay,
Intercap
so
can borrow funds. Yep.
Perfect.
Awesome. All right. Well, I'll give it another like 20 or 30 seconds for questions, but at this point, I think I'm going to pause the recording. So if you do need to break away and go take care of a few things, answer those nagging emails that have started to stack up while we were presenting, things like that, go for it. Thank you again so much for presenting for us today. We really appreciate it. We did list the slides in the chat. We also put all the slides under presentations on our website. We don't email out all the presentations just because they're so cumbersome to put this many presentations into one email. So please go to presentations under our website. They're coming in, presenters. We just got a few more a few minutes ago, so they'll get uploaded shortly. Thank you very much. All right, we're going to get started with our next session. We're really fortunate to have Rody Holman with us today to talk about facility liabilities, especially during construction, and then liabilities in general. Rody is with one of our main sponsors, and they're integral in helping us hold these training sessions. So we really appreciate you being here today, Rody, and I'll let you have the floor.
Thanks, Shelley. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate the opportunity to come before you and speak at this workshop. Rody Holman with Marsh McLennan Agency. Part of my responsibilities with Marsh McLennan is to serve as the program manager for the Montana Schools Property and Liability Insurance Plan. The Montana, I'll refer to it as MSPLIP to make it easy on everybody, but the MSPLIP program is the longest standing property and casualty insurance program in the state of Montana, serving schools, K-12 public education schools since 1995. So we sincerely appreciate the relationship we have with MASBO, and look forward to continuing that. And as always, we like to try and from time to time get before the group so that we can try and educate them on a few things. And so we'll go ahead. Shelley had asked me to speak on school liability and construction projects. And so for those of you that may have listened to me last year, I'm going to start this off by kind of doing a review of what we talked about last year. So for those of you that were in one of the regional workshops that I had attended, bear with me. This will be a little bit of a review, and then I'll jump into some new material as well. So before we get started, does anyone have any specific questions that they like for me to touch upon during this session? And again, Donnie and Shay are going to, it's my understanding they're going to be monitoring the chat. So if there's any questions that pop up during the course of the discussion, certainly feel free to reach out, and I'll try and address those as they come about. So any questions? If not, we'll go ahead and jump in. Obviously, I'm going to share my screen here. Let me know. Give me the hi sign if you can see that.
We can see it. It's not in presentation mode, but it's...
All right, let me try and do something different here. Bear with me here. Is that any better? No?
No, it's still doing the same thing. You might have to hit that enable content button, and then it might let you do it.
Okay.
Happened last time too. We test it beforehand. It works great, and then you jump in and it doesn't. So don't feel bad.
Yeah. Hold on a second here. Let me see what I'm doing.
All good.
What are you seeing? Anything?
Nothing at the moment.
All right. My bad. Bear with me. Mhm.
Rody, we're currently not seeing your screen at all. You might want to select the share again.
Okay, bear with me. I'm sorry, guys.
All right.
I thought I had this figured out. Bear with me.
Worst case, if it absolutely won't share on your end, we can always share from our end because we have your slide deck.
Because I sent that. Why don't we go ahead and I'll let you guys do that for now, and I'll just to get this kick started. I apologize, but
That's all right. Let me open that up real quick here. I think it was just there was a little enable editing button. And sometimes it doesn't like to let you play if you don't hit that. So let's get back in the Zoom, share screen. All right. And how's that looking?
Perfect. Thank you.
yeah, sorry about that, guys. So thanks for the help. Appreciate that. So obviously, we'll go ahead and just jump into this. The MASBO workshop. Obviously, this is it's kind of an off take of last year. We talked about contractual risk transfer, and that's what we'll talk about here as well. And I'll try and go through these relatively hurriedly in the sense that a lot of this is repetitive for the groups that we talked about last year, but and then we'll jump into some of the builder's risk issues that I wanted to talk about. So obviously contractual risk management and contractual risk transfer, it can be complex, but when properly implemented, it can help manage risks inherent in your daily operations. So to help understand the phrases and concepts, we'll just kind of roll through this. Go ahead, get to the next slide, please. So I would urge the membership to think about and plan ways to mitigate the district's liability risks when entering into contracts for goods and services. And in this particular session, we're going to be talking about construction-related risk. So that's really important to kind of understand as we move forward. So go ahead, next slide. Again, we talked about thinking about ways to manage the district's liabilities when you're contracting for goods and services with third parties, one of those third parties being a construction firm. So go ahead, next slide. And think of contractual risk transfer as a mechanism through which liability for risks is allocated at the beginning of a business relationship to the party with the most control over that risk and who is therefore in the best position to manage and control that risk. So without proper contractual risk transfer in place, your district could be held responsible for harm caused by somebody else. Next slide, please. So this can include relationships with suppliers, vendors, service providers, contractors, and it's certainly within the environment in which all of the audience lives on a daily basis. And frankly, we see accidents happen all the time. An injury to a visitor, perhaps something else on your premise could go wrong, and particularly doing a construction project. And you want to protect the district and the associated parties as you work through these projects. So, you talk about who might be legally responsible. So it's really trying to understand that whole concept of contractual risk transfer. It can be accomplished through a combination of specific contractual provisions negotiated between the district and the business, in this case, a construction firm, at the beginning of the business relationship or project, and then backed up by insurance policies. In the world of risk transfer, insurance is the most basic form of risk transfer. In this particular instance, a district has certain risks associated with its operations, inherent in its operations, and it purchases the amount of coverage necessary to prevent financial harms due to unforeseen events. Next slide. Again, risk transfers from the district to an insurance company that has agreed for a premium and subject to the insurance contracts to defend the district and pay covered losses on behalf of the district. Obviously, your insurance policy, a school district's insurance policy, is critical for all districts. No matter how careful you may be, accidents can and still do happen, and particularly as it relates to construction projects as well. So again, we've talked about this in regional meetings in the past, but if you think about your business or your district, contracting with contractors, subcontractors, etc., the district has its risks inherent in its own operation for which it purchases insurance to protect it against. And then there are risks that a school district could contractually accept. And that's kind of walking us through this contractual risk transfer outline. So we'll build upon this real quick. Obviously, in a contract, we want to see the district receive the indemnification from the contract. We like to see certificates of insurance issued for the benefit of the district, and then of course additional insured status. In your construction contracts. Next slide, please. So again, the first step in the contractual risks transfer process between the two parties is to have a written, signed, and binding contract, which outlines the terms, commitments, expectations, and legal requirements. It should have an indemnity provision in there, and the district should receive the duty to defend. It should have a hold harmless provision in there in which the district receives a waiver of subrogation. And you want those things backed up by the certificate of insurance that the contractor will issue to you. And you want to make sure that the district is named as an additional insured on those construction contracts. Next slide. Talk about indemnity real quick, which is the process through which one party transfers or assumes the risk and responsibility for loss to or from another party to the contract. An indemnitor is the party that contractually assumes the risk, agrees to pay for the liability of the other party, which is the indemnity. So again, indemnification is a fancy legal term which can, most cases, could be replaced with the term pay for. Go ahead and proceed. So building upon this, we talked about your business and your risks for which you procure your insurance policy. And then we have contracts with vendors, with suppliers, contractors. You'll want to achieve and receive indemnity from those contractors. Next slide. So this duty to defend is a critical component of contractual risk transfer. It's a clause that provides the indemnitor that is responsible for not only paying the indemnity's legal obligations as determined by settlement or judgment, but also for the defense of the indemnity while legal obligations are determined. So a duty to defend clause can be part of the indemnity clause or separately stated. And we would encourage all school districts to make sure that there's a duty to defend clause within your specific contracts. Go ahead and skip that one. The other component we want to make sure to see is within the CRT process is a hold harmless provision, which takes an indemnity's protections one step further. The benefit of a hold harmless clause that it allows parties to contract to agree. Again, all of this must take place before, contractually, before an accident takes place or occurs, that neither the indemnitor nor its insurer may attempt to recoup any of the costs in defending or paying legal obligations of the indemnity. So we want the school district to receive the benefit of the hold harmless clause from the contractor. Next slide. We also like to see a waiver of subrogation in favor of a school district. And again, to be binding on insureds, the hold harmless agreements must be generally in writing and entered into prior to a loss. All of this stuff does the school district no good whatsoever if you try and put it in place after a loss or after the fact. It just doesn't work. And frankly, some school districts feel like they're being too over the top, if you will, by asking for this stuff. But in the world of insurance, contractors deal with this stuff on a daily basis. And so by virtue of you asking for this, please know that you're not asking for the moon. This is something that contractors deal with on a very regular basis. And it's important that school districts try and protect themselves. So just wanted to make sure you were aware of that. You're not asking for too much when you ask for this stuff. And frankly, you have the money, right? It's your job. It's your project. If they want to bid your project, we want to make sure that you're protected. Go ahead and skip this slide. Talk about the contractual risk transfer process and certificates of insurance. It's always a best practice to require the indemnitor to obtain and provide proof of insurance to back up the contractual commitments that they made. They can make all the contractual commitments in the world, but if they don't have the adequate insurance to back that up, then it really does you little to no good. So you'll want to make sure and obtain certificates of insurance. And what that is a document that provides evidence as of the date it was issued to the indemnitor that the insurance coverage that is indicated in the certificate is available to fulfill the contractual promises. So we always want to see the school district named as an additional insured on that certificate as well. Next slide. So again, building upon this template, if you will, earlier on, you saw the good, the better, and the best. We are at the better segment of this, where the indemnitor has insurance to back up its promises. We're just building upon that template, if you will. Next slide, please. Again, we talked about the additional insured status last time. Additional insured status added to another commercial general liability policy at the request of the named insured. So the district would have to require the contractor to name them as an additional insured, and then that would be endorsed onto the contractor's policy. It's being used as additional insured. You will be granted certain rights as an insured under the policy. You will not be granted all of the rights of the named insured, but you will be granted certain rights under the provisions of the policy. So having these rights is a safe way to receive that promise of indemnification that you're receiving through the contract. Next slide, please. So again, building upon this template, that additional insured status is really critical. The whole idea here is if something does happen in this construction project to third party, when I say third party, I'm talking not the contractor, I'm not talking about the school district, I'm talking to third party. If the contractor causes harm either property damage or bodily injury to third party, that's what we want. We want this policy, the contractor's policy, to respond to the incident rather than the school districts. Next slide, please. Another component that we like to see is primary and non-contributory language within the contract. Primary and non-contributory clause is a common provision. It basically says that the contractor's liability policy is primary and non-contributing to the school district's insurance policy, meaning that we want their policy to respond first. So important and not contribute to the school district's policy. So again, that's always a very sound provision to have within within your contracts, particularly construction contracts. Next slide. This is a busy slide, and I apologize for the small nature of it. And I think that Marie and Shelley have a copy of this so you can kind of look at it. But the certificate of insurance here governs all of those things that we talked about leading up to this point. This is kind of what they look at. A lot of people refer to it as an Accord certificate of insurance, but the provisions of this are really critical. It will show the dates of coverage. It will show the named insured. Will want to make sure that the named insured on the certificate is the same name that you're entering into the contract with. You'll want to see the dates, making sure that the dates are effective. You'll want to know that there is an additional insured status and waiver of subrogation, and that also that you'll be receiving the primary and non-contributory endorsements, additional insured endorsements as well. Next slide. And that slide there is a key, if you will, to the certificate that was on the preceding slide. So that's just some notes when you can have an opportunity to take a look at that at your leisure, so that you can kind of understand what we're talking about. If at any time anybody has any questions on this, I mean, this is meant to be a high level review, but if at any time anybody has any questions, I'll make myself available to, feel free to reach out to me, have a discussion, and we can talk and walk through this stuff as well. Next slide. Okay, so that jumps into the other considerations that I wanted to talk today, primarily builder's risk. Unless anybody has any questions on what we just covered, I'll go ahead and jump into that. Are there any questions, Donnie or Shay?
There's nothing in the chat, but I do have a question for you, Rody. So is it advisable for districts to let MSPLIP review their contracts and the certificates of insurance that they're receiving from contractors when they have a big project like this?
Yeah, we do get requests from time to time to review certificates of insurance and to also review insurance language within contracts. And we do that on a fairly regular basis. We're certainly not attorneys, and so we're not going to take the form of the school district's attorney or any legal counsel that they may engage, but we will absolutely review the insurance language within a contract to make sure that it meets the school district's needs. That's a great question. Thanks for asking that.
I think that's a good thing to know, because I think it's pretty common practice for schools to run a contract through their legal counsel, but I don't know if they really think about having their insurance provider review also, because two sets of eyes are better than one. So
that's right. Yeah. And again, we're not attorneys, but we do understand the insurance provisions, and we review those on a regular basis. So good point. Very good point.
Thank you.
You bet. Any other questions on that portion? And again, I apologize. I know that was a quick review of what we had talked about at some of the regional meetings last year, but it kind of runs part and parcel to the next topic that I wanted to talk about. So I felt like it was important to kind of at least give that quick review. So moving forward, then I will jump into a couple of other documents, and I'll try and make my screen work this time. Bear with me a minute here.
If it doesn't, just let me know, because I have the other two documents you sent, I think, downloaded as well.
Okay. All right. So let's talk. Let me see here. Builder's risk for a moment. Does everybody see that screen?
We do.
Okay, great. I've managed to do something right today. Yeah.
Lots
So
of things, lots of things.
yeah, and again, I apologize for the kind of hodgepodge nature, I guess, of this presentation. I was planning on doing some good work on this yesterday, and I got tied up in a mediation over in billing, so I didn't have a chance to really refine this. But nonetheless, the information that I'm sharing is certainly very valuable in terms of school district operations. So, builder's risk. What does a builder's risk policy do? Who is protected? How does it work? Right. So we talked a moment ago about all of the liabilities, if you will, associated, or many of the liabilities, if you will, associated with a school district construction project. But what about builder's risk? What does that do? Who's protected? The liability side is one side of the equation. The other side is property coverage. So when a school district engages in a building project, it really needs to protect its property interests in that project as that project is being completed, right? Once it's complete, you can notify your insurer that it's complete, and then we can simply schedule it on your property coverage, on your property form. But during the course of construction, that's a critical and risky element, if you will. A lot of bad things can happen during construction projects, and so we want to make sure that the district is protected. So who is an insured under a builder's risk policy? Well, obviously the property owner is an insured, right? They have the property. They're the ones that are paying for the project. They're an insured. But you'll also see general contractors, subcontractors, construction managers, any sub-tiered contractors. All of those parties also have what's called an insurable interest in that project until such time that they've been paid and that the project is complete, and then they're off premise. So a project owner is seldom the sole owner of a property under construction, including materials and equipment that have been purchased but not yet incorporated into the project until the project is complete and contractors have been paid. So you guys have this slide. You can look at it, and if it poses any questions, or feel free to reach out, and I'll try and address them. But keep in mind now who purchases the builder's risk policy. Now, in the case of the MSPLIP program, depending on the size of the project, we have certain builder's risk coverage built into our policy, which can protect school districts during the course of construction. And we can also name contractors, subcontractors, suppliers, those types of people. Anybody that may have an insurable interest, we can also name those folks on that policy during the course of construction, because they have an insurable interest in that project. So who can buy the builder's risk policy? Typically, you have either the owner or the general contractor purchases the policy. Now, given the fact that we've got coverage built into our program, oftentimes it makes no sense for the contractor to purchase that, because then you're just adding additional cost to the project. But sometimes it may be necessary. Maybe there is a project that far exceeds the scope of our coverage, and maybe the contractor wants to purchase it under his program. And in that case, that's a matter of negotiation between the school district and the contractor. I always like my insureds to be the first named insured on that policy. And the reason for that is, in the event of a loss, they have the first seat at the table, if you will, during that project. So again, regardless of who buys the policy, the project owner, general contractor, and all subs should be insureds. because all those parties have a legitimate insurable interest on the basis of legal ownership, contractually assumed responsibility for damage to the project, or both, as owners or part owners of the insured party, or as creditors of the insured to the extent that the labor and materials advanced. Contractors and subcontractors should rightly have a claim to the builder's risk insurance proceeds, and including them as insured. So a lot of people may not know that, but a contractor has an insurable, contractors and subcontractors have insurable interest in that project as it's being constructed. So again, the policy will provide coverage for all parties under one policy. And it does have several advantages, including greater certainty regarding the scope, cost efficiencies, fewer coverage disputes that could hold up the completion of the project. Anybody have any questions on that? You'll have the luxury of having these slides with you so you can review them. Again, I really do like my insureds, whether they're MSPLIP members or I do write some other contractors, but I really do like to have my insureds be the first, the named insured or the first named insured on that policy. That gives them the first seat at the table in the event of a claim. And I realize that might be a little bit nuanced for all of you, but I've seen situations where that does come into play, where you've got a builder's risk policy, there is a loss, and the contractor is the one that holds the policy, and then the owners, and they should have a seat at the table, but they're scrambling to get their seat at the table during the claims adjustment process. So that's really critical for everybody. Anybody have any quick questions or questions on that? I just wanted to give them an overview of that, kind of what is a builder's risk policy.
Do a lot of
Nothing?
schools, actually, I have a quick question and then I'll
Yes.
let Donnie chat. But do a lot of schools forget this piece?
Yes, unfortunately, we do have schools that will, not think or not think about, what happens during the course of construction. And, we try and do a good job of reaching out to all our members and letting them know, hey, if you got a project that's coming down the pike, please let us know. It's a lot easier for everybody to get ahead of it if we know the type of construction, the type of project. And so that we can get this implemented for school districts. So we do see this from time to time where school districts will forget, or we'll get a last minute request. But we try and advise them, during certain parts of the year to, hey, if this is happening, let us know, so that we can try and advise you on adequate coverages, contractual insurance coverages, et cetera. So. Good question. Any other questions on that particular piece?
Not seeing anything in the chat at this point.
Okay, bear with me. I'm going to stop sharing for a minute and jump to a. All right. You see that okay?
I can.
Okay, so builder's risk insurance, just a quick outline on kind of, some of this may be a little bit repetitive on the previous slide, but bear with me. Financial interests in a project. Who has a financial interest in that project? Well, obviously the contractor does, the owner does, the lender may, any tenants may, any subcontractors or subcontractors may, and construction managers may have a financial interest in that project. If they have a financial interest in that project, then they should be entitled to the benefits of coverage under the builder's risk form. What the coverage is, it's special perils policy, which is the broadest coverage available, subject to the policy exclusions, most notably are earthquake and flood. But please note that we can also endorse the policy on for quake and flood, depending on where the project is located, what type of flood zone it may happen to be in, what type of quake zone it may happen to be in as well. So couple common exclusions, obviously dishonesty, wear and tear, mysterious disappearance, precipitation to property in the open, ordinance and law, boiler explosion, unless the project called for that type of construction, and we could put equipment breakdown coverage on that builder's risk policy as well, which could include testing of facilities as well. Faulty workmanship. A lot of people think, well, the work wasn't done right. Is that covered by insurance? That's not an insurable event. Faulty workmanship draws more to the warranty provisions of a contract. Same with design error. Both of those are excluded. The exceptions to that exclusion would be an ensuing loss. So faulty workmanship in and of itself is not covered. But if there was a loss that followed the faulty workmanship, there was an ensuing loss, then there would be coverage there as well. Same thing for a design error, right? This policy isn't meant to protect the errors and omissions of any design professional that may be involved, architect or engineer in the project. But if there was a design loss or a design error, and there was a loss, an ensuing loss as a result of that exclusion, we would have some coverage as well. So what is covered? The buildings, building foundations, fixtures and machinery destined to become part of the building, any building services equipment, construction materials, oftentimes within 1,000 feet of the project, temporary structures that are built on a project site, property off premise, which could be transit coverage. You're receiving a load of material and on its way to the job site, the truck gets turned over and you lose the load of material. That's an example of a transit claim. Storage or temporary storage, anytime it's stored in a particular area, you've got coverage. Sometimes you'll have coverage sublimited under your policy where it won't be the full value of the builder's risk policy, but you'll have some coverage either on a sublimited basis. The other item you need to be considered conscientious of is personal property. Is there any coverage that is needed? Typically, it's not covered unless you ask for it. So, and then property not covered, land or water, exterior, landscaping, plants and trees. Again, if you wanted that stuff covered, we would endorse that on. Another component that is important to kind of evaluate, and we have soft costs built into the MSPLIP program, are architectural fees, property taxes. Some of these may or may not be applicable, right? I mean, obviously school districts don't pay property taxes. License and permit fees, bookkeeping costs. Where these come into play is, okay, let's just play this out for a minute. And you have a project that is partially complete, and then you have a fire at that partially completed project. Well, depending on the severity of the loss, that could send your architects and engineers back to the drawing board, right? To re-engineer, to re-architect, to redesign. So oftentimes those are considered soft costs, and they'd have to go back to the drawing board and fix those things so that so you'd want to have some coverage for that expense associated with the project as well. Other times you'll see insurance premiums if we have soft costs could be insurance premiums, and that's really not in this context, but in a traditional construction project outside of the school sector where you have let's just say a bank that's building a building and they have a loss. someone has purchased that builder's risk policy. So now with that loss, we're looking at an extension of that builder's risk policy, right? So the project has to be completed. So that could be considered a soft cost as well. So these are all just components that oftentimes are considered to be soft costs within construction projects. And it's important to have some soft cost coverage built into your builder's risk policy. Does anybody have questions on that? I guess I should mention too, oftentimes school districts may be doing a renovation project. It's not a full-blown construction project. It may not be a brand new school. It may be a renovation project. One of the items we want to make sure that we endorse onto the policy is partial occupancy. Oftentimes, a builder's risk policy will cease to exist once occupancy has taken place. Well, in a school setting, you may have part of that building that you're needing to educate your students, and so we'll want to make sure. Obviously, that in and of itself poses some risk management challenges to make sure that the students are protected from any construction activity. But from time to time, you may be faced with using part of the renovated building, and so we'll want to make sure that the policy is endorsed such that the school district can have partial occupancy without jeopardizing that coverage. Again, sometimes builders risk policies will expire at the time of occupancy. So that's just another nuance that is important to be aware of as well. Any questions on that quick rundown?
No questions in the chat. I was wondering, I always love it when I go to summer conference year sessions and you share some of your scary stories, I guess, of real world experiences. And I was just wondering if you had a real world experience of this process that may be a good example of maybe not having this in place, or something to that effect.
So yeah, thanks for that question. We've had school districts under construction where we've had builders risk claims. And in that particular case, the project was a large project, and it exceeded the capacity that we have built into our current program. So we had to go out and purchase a standalone builder's risk policy. And in that case, we had a contractor that was up on a roof, and a bad windstorm came up, and a lot of the construction material wasn't properly secured, and the windstorm come up and swept it all away, and a lot of it away, and tore into the brand new roof. So a lot of things can happen. So that's why you want to make sure you're protected. So that's just an example of a claim. And in that situation, the school district was the first named insured, and all of the contractors that had an insurable interest had a second seat at that table. And so the project, the claim was made, the claim was paid, and away we went. And the school district then, went back to completing its project. But that's just an example of what can happen, during a project. Does that help answer your question, Shelley?
It does. Thank you.
You bet. So if we don't have any questions here, I'll jump to another document that bear with me just a minute. I'm going to jump to this one again. It may be a little bit repetitive, but it's still important. Can you see that?
It's loading right now. Yep, we got it.
Okay. So again, we talked a lot about this in some of the previous slides, but it's certainly worth going over. The named insured, we talked about who that happens to be and who's controlling that policy. Could be the owner, could be the contractor. Generally, it is one of those two parties, the owner or the general contractor, that's controlling that. And oftentimes you'll see subcontractors say, you know, I want to be party to that builder, and they have a right to be, because they have an insurable interest in that policy. Again, we talked about special perils. Typically, it's written on a replacement cost basis. And again, we mentioned the coverage that we have within the MSPLIP program for builders risk, but sometimes we'll see projects that far exceed that value, and so we'll have to buy it on a standalone basis. Again, design error, faulty workmanship, wear and tear, those are all exclusions we talked about. Policies to provide coverage for offsite locations and transit. And then we talked about the testing. If the project involves a piece of equipment, whether it's, you know, maybe it's a boiler or heating system that needs to be tested, we'll want to make sure and include that or remove that testing exclusion from the policy, if you will. Quake and flood, again, depending on the specific proximity of the project, we can typically include quake and flood coverage as well. Equipment breakdown, I just touched upon that, and that kind of boils back to the testing provisions. Occupancy, we talked about that earlier. Permission is required by an insurance company before occupying. So it's always important to just let the insurance company know that, hey, this is going to be a renovation project. If it is a renovation project, it's going to be a renovation project, and the district does need partial occupancy. And so we just get that ahead of time, and then we move forward. Also, if coverage is needed, there's coverage for scaffolding, false work fences. We can endorse for landscaping if we need to. And then any of the insured to value, we'll want to make sure we are insuring the project to value. So if it's a $50 million project, including all construction costs, architecture, and engineering, we want to make sure that we're insuring it properly to value. And then if there are any other unique circumstances surrounding the project, we would want to need to know about that as well. So again, that's just kind of an overview of some of the stuff we've touched upon earlier. Did that generate any questions from the group?
Not seeing any.
Okay. And then I really like this template. And you know, feel free to keep this. If you do have a construction project, you can kind of follow this format, if you will. And this is some of the stuff that we would need to endorse the program on, or endorse your project onto the policy. Tell me when you see that.
Popping up, yep.
Okay, cool. So this just is kind of a rundown of kind of the pertinent, important things that an underwriter would want to see, whether you write this on a standalone basis or we envelop it within the current program. Obviously, what date do you need the quote by? You know, when is this project going to kick off? Agency code, that's not really applicable. What type of construction? Is it new construction or is it rehab and renovation? If it's rehab or renovation, we need to kind of know what part of it's new, what part of it's rehab, what part of it's renovation. And we see that a lot. We'll see a school district pass a bond and renovate a portion of their building, but also put an addition on, whether it's a new gym or a new wing or what have you. We'll see that from time to time. So we'll want to know the whether it's new, rehab, or renovation. The insured name, obviously, if it's held in the school district, if the school district is the one controlling the policy, we'll want to know that. The contractor name, again, they have an insurable interest in that project. The name of the project, project address, project start date, any building information, protection class. Protection class is a fancy word for fire protection. What area are you in? 1 being the best, 10 being the worst. PC9, protection class 9, and protection class 10 are challenging protection classes for builders risk policies, because if you think about the risk associated with a construction project, you know, in a area that's not well protected from a fire protection standpoint, that poses challenges. And so an insurance company looks at that as you know, a little more risky than just a project that's you know, in Billings or Great Falls, Montana, right down the road from a fire station. The construction type. What type of construction is this? And what I mean by that is it joist and masonry? Is it wood frame? Is it non-combustible? Is it you know, all of the different types of construction? You know, joist and masonry, non-combustible, metal frame, you know, pole barn, you know, all of the different types. How big is the project? How many stories? The square footage. The coverage info, hard cost value, construction cost, any soft costs that we talked about earlier. We would want to know what those are. The deductible options are kind of already selected for us within our program. But if a district were to have a project that exceeded the scope of the coverage that's built into the program, then we would want to know what that happened to be. Any temporary location limits, you know, if you're going to have product construction materials shipped from one location to another, or if it's a temporary storage area, transit limits. Coverage options, EBC, equipment breakdown coverage. We talked a little bit about the testing and equipment breakdown. So if it does involve a boiler or a heating system, we would want to endorse the policy on for that. Flood coverage, quake coverage. We talked about the permission to occupy early on, and ordinance and law coverage, which is typically not a covered peril under a builder's risk policy. Ordinance and law coverage comes into play if there is a partial loss. Ordinances have changed, for example, and in a brand new construction project, it's not that big of a deal because the construction project is going to be built with current construction building code in accordance with current construction and building code requirements. But if it's an older building and you're renovating it, there's ordinance and law. Ordinance and law is the older building has a loss, but now to renovate it, we have to adhere to the newer building codes. That's an ordinance and law type of coverage. So we would want to make sure and include that as well. And then any comments or additional information that you can offer on the project is always helpful from an underwriting perspective. That's really critical to get that information, to paint a picture, if you will, to the carrier, to the insurer on the project. Any special provisions. A lot of times we're getting questions on hot works and wet works programs. You know, does the contractor have a hot works and wet works program? Hot works means what are they doing to protect the project if they're doing some welding? You know, what kind of protocols do they have in place during a welding component of a project so that they don't walk away from a weld and a half an hour later we have a major fire? Same thing with wet works. Wet works would be any plumbing or HVAC or boiler work projects that are being undertaken wet works policy. What type of wet works policy does that contractor have in place? I.e., does that contractor know where to turn the water main off? What happens in the event of a leak? Those types of things are all things. Hot works and wet works are all things that builders risk insurers are oftentimes asking for projects this day and age. So any of that additional information that you can offer is always helpful as we move forward in this arena.
Hey, Rody,
So
I have one quick question.
yes.
Would a version of this document be beneficial for our schools to be sending out when they are securing bids? So I know that's kind of the step before this, but this seems like a pretty good document that has a lot of good information in it.
Yeah, I don't know that I would want to include this in the bid process necessarily. It depends on if you have an engineer and an architect guiding you through that design bid build process. I don't know that. I mean, I don't want to get in the way of a architect or an engineer doing their work, but this would be kind of post design, to help us from an underwriting perspective get the information we need after the architect or engineer has done its work. Now,
Okay.
if it's going to be a relatively small project that the school district is going to undertake itself with its own building, maybe it has personnel in-house that can manage that project. If that were the case, then this would be a valuable piece of information to have.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Okay. That kind of wraps up. Again, I apologize for the helter-skelter nature of the discussion, but it was all worthwhile information to share. I'm happy to answer any questions, and as always, if you want to take your question offline, I'd be happy to answer them via email or a phone call as well. So feel free to make sure that any of you on the call, whether you're a MSPLIP member or not, I want to help all schools, and so if there's something that comes to mind and you want to have a conversation, by all means, please feel free to reach out to me. Any other questions, Donnie or Shelley, Shay?
So with this whole process, when we're getting, um, say we're going out for a bond and we know the costs of the architect and we know the cost of the building, can we include this cost within that process, do you believe, of the additional insurance costs?
Absolutely. They're a component. Well, again, let me back up. So depending on the scope of the project, right? If it falls within the scope of what we're offering within the program, then there should be no cost to a school district
Okay.
on the insurance side. Now, again, if there's a larger project that falls outside the scope of what we have enveloped within our project, then we would look toward a standalone builder's risk policy. But yes, that would be something that would be considered a component of the project cost. And yeah, for sure.
And we know, I'm sure you're aware that all of our business officials and our maintenance directors' hair is on fire out in the field, right? They've got so much stuff going on. Are you finding when you're heading out to visit with districts, construction projects that you were unaware of? I'm sure you guys are really good about saying, hey, we need to make sure you guys are secure on this. Is that how it kind of
Yeah, we do find them from time to time where they've, a lot of times on smaller stuff, you might have a small bus barn that's being built that we weren't made aware of. And I mean, obviously the larger the project, the more important this becomes, right? You want to protect yourself. But again, this is just I guess waving the flag to those that are on the audience that, if you do have a project coming down the pike, you really should reach out to your insurer to have those conversations so that this can be added to your program, appropriately added. We want to make sure that we're heading it off at the pass as opposed to trying to play catch up. Builders risk policies are tricky, and on a standalone basis, they are extremely challenging to get placed after the project has started. I'm not saying that it can't be placed, but I'm saying it does get more challenging after the projects have started. And if you think about that, from an insurer's perspective, they want to be in on the front end of it, right? Because the front end of it, they don't want to come in on the middle of it or on the tail end of it, because there's a lot of or potentially insured value then. So they want to be in on the early end of it,
Right.
and ride it through. So I'm not saying never. I'm not saying we couldn't get it placed after the project has started, but it's often much more challenging.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, and I think part of this too will help you guys down the long run as well. When if you come back and you ask for folks, hey, are we fully insured properly down the road as well once the construction is over? Did we add this new piece of the building or the square footage or the other pieces to the policy to make sure that everything's really covered in the way it needs to be?
That's correct. Right. Exactly. So if we're on it ahead of time, we know about it, and we can diary, or we know approximately when the project is going to be completed, and then at that point we can endorse the completed building onto the individual district's schedule, and so they're fully protected. Again, another reason for us to be involved ahead of time, as opposed to trying to play catch up on this stuff.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for sharing your information. We really appreciate
You're
it.
welcome. You're welcome, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you all. And as always, if anybody has any questions, feel free to reach out.
Awesome. We have MSPLIP's contact information on our website because you guys are one of our main sponsors. We also listed all of the documents that Rody went over today in the chat, and they will be under presentations under our website. You just have to log in to be able to access them. If you guys have anything else, please share. We'll pass that question on to Rody as well. Thank you very much.
You bet. Thank you all. Appreciate it. Have a great day.
You too. All right. I hope everybody had a really good lunch break. I know that was short. Everybody was probably scrambling to answer emails and are still stuffing things into their faces, which is totally okay. Brodie is going to join us now. He is also with Montana School Property and Liability Insurance Programs. And he's going to share some information today about playgrounds and safety. And then he's going to switch over after about an hour to Department of Labor inspections. So I'm going to leave this to Brodie to share with you. Thanks, Brodie, for joining us.
Yeah, no problem. Can you guys hear me okay?
The sound is much better now.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I was having issues on my own. So how's everybody doing today? Again, my name is Brodie Loushin, and I'm the risk prevention specialist for the Montana Schools Property and Liability Program. And today I'm going to do two trainings for you guys. I'm going to do playground safety, and then we'll go over on how to handle a Department of Labor inspection if your school should get one. And I think every school probably in the state probably has received one at this point, because they've been doing these inspections now for about 5 years. So we'll kind of take you through that process. So if you guys get questions on the chat, Donnie and Shay, just please feel free to interrupt me and we can address them as they come in, if that works best for you guys. So I guess we'll just kind of get started. So one of the things that we really pay attention to, especially within our program, is playground safety, because we have a ton of injuries that take place on playgrounds. And some of those injuries can be very serious depending on the circumstances. You know, we had one, and I'm based out of Butte, but we had one in Butte a couple of years ago where a little boy fell on a slide, and he just the way he fell was very, very uncommon, but he got a head injury and had a life flight, and it was really, really scary. So we want to try to prevent those type of injuries from happening at your schools. And then if these injuries do occur, we want to make sure that your playgrounds are up to code, to where hopefully it can take any liability away from the school. So any questions or comments before we get started?
Not seeing any.
All right. So just kind of the agenda of what we're going to talk about, just some common playground injury statistics, common playground hazards and types of injuries, parts of the playground and how they should be maintained, and just some general considerations. All right. So each year, the emergency departments treat about 200,000 children 15 years and younger for playground-related injuries. The American Academy of Orthopedic Surgeons estimates 527,000 children are treated in hospitals, emergency departments, doctors' offices, and ambulatory surgery centers. And then 45% of those playground injuries that take place are severe, such as fractures, concussions, and dislocations. And, you know, I think we insure 195 school districts throughout the state of Montana. So we do see a lot of very serious playground injuries within our program. So if we can alleviate some of these injuries, that would be great for everybody involved. So, and then just 75% of non-fatal injuries take place on public playgrounds like those in schools and parks. 70% of the deaths that take place on playgrounds happen on home playgrounds. Okay. So the playground injury problem falls to the surface case 70% of injuries on playgrounds. So this is really, really important. And so all the standards that we follow within playgrounds is from the Consumer Product Safety Commission guidelines. But it's really, really important that you guys have 9 inches of film material under all pieces of playground equipment where a fall could take place, because again, that's where most injuries are going to occur. So with that playground film material, there is a bunch of options that you do have available to you. You can use pea gravel, wood chips. If you do get the wood chips, make sure that you buy them from a company where they're actually certified. Just don't go down to the local lumber mill and ask them if you can get some wood chips, because they actually have to be certified. They just make sure that there's no metal chunks or anything in those chips that could injure a child. And then, you know, you see a lot of like the shredded tires and stuff like that. Those mats are probably the best to do that are just right under the equipment. I know a couple school districts that have built new schools has spent like $200,000 just on those playground mats. You're not going to see those too often because of the cost. So in the state of Montana, the most common ones that we see is either the pea gravel or the wood chips. And there's pros and cons of both of them. You know, wind blows the wood chips away. Maintenance staff get really upset because the pea gravel gets into everything. But it's just one of those continuous battles that you have to deal with. On your playgrounds, and we'll go over this in a little bit more detail, but with your maintenance staff, just make sure that they're making sure that that 9 inches of fill material is being maintained. You know, there are certain areas where the fill material gets removed from the bottom of the playground, you know, anywhere like where there's swings, the bottom of slides, you know, just what kids do, they're going to kick that fill material out from underneath that equipment. So if you can have your maintenance staff go out there and make sure that that fill is getting put back under that equipment, that really, really helps. Okay. And then just make sure entanglement of clothing, strings, and ropes are the #1 cause of deaths on playgrounds. So other dangers include head entrapment in equipment openings, impact of moving swings, and tripping or loose equipment. So another big thing that you really want to make sure that you look out for on your playgrounds is make sure that there's no nuts or bolts or any sharp surfaces sticking out of any of the equipment. And we have a playground checklist that we did send with this, so you can have your maintenance staff use. But make sure that you have your maintenance staff address those issues, because, you know, we have had a lot of kids that have got seriously injured because there's a bolt sticking out, or, you know, your wood pieces of equipment, the nails really like to stick out. Plus you have the risk of slivers. With the newer equipment coming in, we really don't see a lot of wood structures anymore. But if you do have them, try to maintain them as best as you can. A lot of schools have just completely taken them out altogether just because it's a lot easier to maintain. The playground injury problem, head and face injuries are most common in children under 4 years of age, and arm and hand injuries are most common among children 5 to 14 years of age. So just make sure also that the playground equipment that your students are playing on is age appropriate. I know certain schools only allow certain age groups to play on certain pieces of equipment. So just make sure that your teachers and playground aides are aware of where those areas are so that they can monitor them. And then again, make sure, another thing too you want to make sure is make sure that your monitors, and that you have enough monitors so they can view all areas of the playground where kids are going to be playing. And also kind of be careful of areas where there might be, you know, areas where you can't see the kids. I know in like some of the tunnels and stuff of those pieces of playground equipment, it's hard to see the kids, but just make sure that you're aware of those, because we've had instances where, types of playground equipment like that, we've had kids do things to each other, so you always want to make sure that your staff has deal with the children. So that's pretty common knowledge. Playground injuries are preventable. Okay, so follow the SAFE model. So supervision and survey, make sure your equipment is age and appropriate for design. Again, have that fall surfacing cushion. So if you guys are going to put in new playground equipment, you have to put in 12 inches of fill material. For existing equipment, you have to have the minimum of 9 inches. And then again, just your equipment maintenance. I recommend that your maintenance staff go out there at least once a month and do a inspection of the playground, just to make sure that everything is working properly. One thing about this time of the year, Montana winters are hard on playground equipment. And in this day and age, everything is made of plastic. So a lot of slides and climbing walls and stuff like that, they like to break. So just make sure that you're kind of maintaining it. And I know it's very, very frustrating when those slides are breaking so bad that you have to replace them. I think the average slide in this day and age is between $4,000 to $10,000. I mean, this playground equipment is very, very expensive. It's not like you can just go out and buy a new slide. So try to maintain it as best you can. If it starts cracking, you can catch that cracking like right away and fix it. Hopefully you can prevent it from getting worse. And then hopefully it'll save that piece of playground equipment. So maintenance of your equipment is very, very important.
Hey, Brodie.
Yes.
On the maintenance piece, do you guys have, or is there some place that our schools could find like some sort of maintenance checkoff list or something that kind of like leads them and what they should be inspecting monthly?
Yes, and I'm going to go over that. I actually have a playground inspection checklist that was in all the
okay.
sent. So yep, I will be sending that to everybody. So hopefully you have it. And then it goes over everything that we're discussing today.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Sorry to jump ahead.
No problem. That's what we're here for. And then just supervision, again, make sure that you can properly supervise your children. They need to be visible in crawl spaces. So again, in some of those crawl spaces, we've had some issues with kids, doing things sometimes the kids do, but it could lead to a liability for the school district. So just make sure that we have enough monitors and that all the areas that those children are playing in that are also visible to the monitors. Playground rules should be posted. I know a lot of schools now have certain pieces of playground equipment where they've had injuries, so the schools have had to post rules. Make sure that those rules are posted in an area where everybody can see them. And it's not a bad idea to make sure that you teach students on what those rules are. I know one school just bought a new piece of playground equipment, and before the kids could even use it, they had to do a training with all the kids before they could even start using it on the playground, which was not fun because they couldn't use it for a full week. And that was brand new equipment. So, but just make sure that everybody knows the rules, because that'll help prevent a lot of injuries. The other thing too that we really ask schools to do is make sure that you check with us before purchasing playground equipment, because not all playground equipment out there meets the Consumer Product Safety Commission guidelines. And we've got a couple pieces of equipment where that has happened. A school district will spend $150,000 on a piece of playground equipment, and then they'll install it and they'll find out that it doesn't meet the requirements. So make sure that you check with us to avoid those type of circumstances. We've had a couple school districts buy playground equipment from China because they think that they're going to save on the cost. We had one school, again, I think it was like over $200,000 for the structure. They put it in. For one, they didn't put it in properly. And then it was one of those climbing rope structures. And the rope started kind of getting away from the structure. Well, there was a wire mesh underneath it that would never have been allowed in the United States. Well, they found out that they couldn't even fix it, so they had to scrap the whole piece of equipment. So if by saving $20,000, it actually cost them $400,000 because they had to replace the structure. So please make sure that you check with us. The other thing that we really don't want your schools to do is make sure you don't do they call it natural play. We have a lot of schools that have put in these natural playgrounds, and they just take, old tree trunks, rocks, whatever, from the outdoor environment and try to make a play structure out of it. You can't do that. Okay, that's against the rules. It doesn't meet any regulations at all. And if anything happens on that equipment, the district is going to be held liable for it. So And make sure that your PTA always lets you know what's going on. And I know it's sometimes harder in bigger districts, but the PTAs have all these great ideas, and then they just install this equipment and they never talk to anybody. But then it becomes a nightmare after maybe we come in or a child gets hurt on the equipment, and then we find out that it doesn't meet the criteria, and then we tell the school that you probably have to close that playground down and probably take a lot of that equipment out and put something in there that meets the regulatory requirements. So just check with us so you can avoid some of those situations, you know. And I even had to get in arguments with architectural firms because they want to install this natural play, and the PTA, you know, this person was on the PTA. It's like, well, you can't do that because if something happens, the school is going to be held liable. So, and if you buy equipment that does meet the regulations and say the kid gets hurt and it's a product defect because of the equipment, that liability would go back on that manufacturer. But if schools build their own equipment with this natural play, or it doesn't meet the regulations, then that liability would fall on the school district. So just make sure that you buy your equipment from a manufacturer that builds their stuff in the United States is what we recommend. Okay, because China, you never know what you're going to get. So you might save some money in the short term, but in the long term, you might end up spending more. And then survey before children are allowed to play in playgrounds. Look for safety hazards, look for broken glass, litter, pieces of metal, other sharp objects. And summer, check metal equipment to make sure that it's not hot. You know, some of those older slides that a lot of schools have, make sure that, you know, if it's a 95-degree out, probably a good idea to not let kids play on that piece of playground equipment because, you know, it can cause serious burns depending on how hot that slide gets. So just kind of make sure that you maintain that. You know, and we do have a lot of schools where they still have the equipment from the 1950s because that stuff's indestructible, but a lot of it doesn't meet requirements. Most schools are taking that equipment out, but there still is a lot of it throughout the state of Montana. So make sure, you know, good equipment that might be a good idea to have rules for is merry-go-rounds. We still have a lot of merry-go-rounds in the state of Montana. Just make sure, one, that you have the proper amount of fill underneath them. There's no screws or bolts sticking out because a lot of those older ones, I run into that time. And again, make sure that kids are using it properly and, you know, that they're not causing them and stuff like that because we've had some serious injuries because of merry-go-rounds. So just make sure that you maintain them. And then make sure there are no tripping hazards like tree stumps, exposed concrete, missing river tiles, or potholes, especially like in your fields and stuff like that. You know, broken sprinkler boxes or sprinkler heads is a pretty common one that we run into. You know, make sure that those areas are, you know, that you fix those as soon as possible. You know, basketball courts, if it's an asphalt basketball court, make sure that, you know, the asphalt's not ripping up in the middle of the basketball court to where it becomes a slips, trips, and fall hazard. Also with the basketball courts, make sure that with your hoops, you don't use the chain nets. Nylon webbing is a lot better because a lot of kids like to slam dunk and that kind of stuff. If kids' fingers get caught in the metal from the chain link, it has caused some serious injuries. So if it's a nylon webbing, at least it has a little bit more give than the chains. So make sure that you use the chains because the nylon webbing, because we've had some very serious injuries because of the chains. So just make sure that that's a big area that we hit on when we come and we do our inspections. So these are just some common things that I see when I go out and I do my inspections. So these are some of the slip, trips, and falls hazards. So this one right here with the metal block at the bottom of the structure, we come in contact with that a lot. If this is at the bottom of a slide or a fireman's pole or something like that on the playground, make sure that all these metal blocks are covered with fill material because if a little kid is running through there and their foot gets caught on the edge of the cement, it can cause a serious injury. So make sure that and they're also very sharp. So make sure that these are covered fully. Any questions or comments so far? It's pretty common sense stuff. And then just age appropriate equipment. Children develop different skills at different ages. Equipment designed for children 5 to 12 is too big for children ages 2 to 5. Platforms elevated more than 20 inches above the ground need guardrails or protective barriers for ages 2 to 5 years old. And those higher than 3 inches need barriers for 5 to 12 years old. And I know a lot of schools have, you know, daycare programs and stuff like that in their district. Make sure that you do not bring equipment in from like Walmart or Target or Home Depot, whatever, because that equipment is not rated for commercial use. So you want to make sure that you actually buy structures that are going to be rated for commercial use and that follow Consumer Product Safety Commission guidelines. You just can't go buy a swing set at Walmart and put it on your playground. It's not, for one, it's not going to withstand the environment and the use that it's going to get, and two, it doesn't meet the requirements. So make sure that you buy it from a playground company that actually is going to sell you equipment from the Consumer Product Safety Commission that's actually going to meet their guidelines. Any questions or comments on that? Also, another thing to take into consideration when you're installing a new playground is ADA. We've had a lot of schools that have had issues where they do the new playgrounds, but they don't meet the ADA requirements. So if you're going to install a new playground and if you have any questions about ADA regulations, please contact us and we'd be more than happy to help you out with that. And your playground has to meet a certain percentage of it. So just make sure you give us a call and we can take you through that process. I just really want to hit on that because we have had schools that have got sued because their playgrounds do not meet ADA regulations. Here's just a table, and I gave you guys a copy of the Consumer Product Safety Commission Guideline Handbook. But here's just a diagram that shows you age-appropriate equipment for children on playgrounds. If you need any specific guidelines or if you're looking for specific information on a structure, please check with us. If we don't know the answers, we have enough resources to where we can actually get you what you need before you install it. But the number one thing is please check with us before we install anything, because we can take you through the process and we'll make sure that you get what you need. Also, we work with a couple of different vendors, but we found out that one of the companies that we work with, they actually offer playground grants. And we've had a couple school districts that have used them, and they've saved thousands of dollars on equipment that they're going to install from the playground equipment. So let us know and we can get to. Here's just some more guardrails and barriers. And all these diagrams are in the Consumer Product Safety Commission Guidelines Handbook. Okay, and then falls to safe surface. So surfacing equipment must be provided under all equipment, and there must be at least a 6-foot fall zone around all equipment. For swings, the length of the fall zone should be twice the height of the beam from which the swing hangs. Any questions or comments on that? Okay, the big thing is fall material. So this is what it should look like. So you're going to have installation layers for loose fill over a hard surface. So layer 1 is going to be the hard surface, such as asphalt, concrete, etc. Layer 2 is going to be 3 to 6 inches of loose fill, gravel, or drainage. And then layer 3 is geotextile cloth. Layer 4 is loose fill surfacing material. And layer 5 is going to be the impact mats under the swings. So this is just those impact mats under the swings are a really good thing to have if you don't have them. And I know I don't think they're too fairly expensive, but I really recommend that you get those. They're underneath your swings if you possibly can. Because one, it really helps keep that required fill material underneath that piece of equipment. Because if you just have normal fill, just the kids, the way that they swing, it's going to knock it out. But if you have a mat there, at least they're going to have some padding if they should accidentally fall swing. So that's really not a bad idea to have. So, but again, just make sure it's that 9 inches. And again, there's different types of fill that you can purchase. There's pros and cons to each one. It just depends. So here's the loose fill material. So you can have shredded or recycled rubber. Again, that should be certified also. You don't want to just buy that from any company. You want to make sure it's a company that actually sells certified playground chips. Okay, and then you have the sand. I don't see sand too much anymore. Mostly in Montana, I either see the wood chips or the pea ground. So, any questions or comments on your fill material?
How often do you see schools meeting that radius requirement on playground equipment, especially with other playground equipment in the vicinity?
It depends on the school. If it's newer pieces of equipment, it usually will meet it because they make sure they meet the regulations on install. But on older equipment, not all the time. And sometimes I have pieces of playground equipment that were installed so close to fences that it's hard to meet that 6 feet. But I mean, just try to do the best that you can. If, if you can move the equipment, that would be great, but I know that's not always feasible. So, but sometimes I see it, it just depends. Usually I see it most at the smaller schools that have. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I was just wondering if you're seeing that with like, are the new installers being really aware of this
Yeah.
process versus
Yes.
the older playgrounds that still have the the slide that's 6 stories tall and narrow steps and the whole thing.
And you're gonna see that on that 1950s and 1960s equipment because a lot of these regulations weren't around. Even in the 80s, you never had fill material on the playgrounds like you do now. So, but yes, anytime you're gonna get a new install, it should meet the regulations, but it depends on who installs your equipment also, because if you get it from a company and they come in and you pay for them to do the install, yes, I'll make sure they do all the regulations. But some school districts buy the equipment and then they have their maintenance staff install the equipment, which is okay. But if they do install it, they need to make sure that they follow the regulations and that they install
Okay.
it fine.
When
Okay.
when you purchase from a place like that, do you guys suggest reaching out to your team to make sure that what
Yeah.
you're purchasing will meet the standards?
So what
If
we
it's
ask,
confused.
so what we ask the schools to do is get a schematic of what you guys plan on purchasing and where you plan on putting it on your playground. And then if you guys can just send us that plan, we'll happily review it for you to make sure everything's kosher before you guys even install any of the equipment. And we really recommend schools do that because we've had schools that have not done that. And like I told you, like the equipment from China, that ended up costing that school district a ton of money. And make sure that you keep the lines of communication open with your PTA too if they plan on installing equipment, because sometimes they like to just do what they want to do, but they don't run it by the school. And then after it's all installed, like, what did you guys do? So just make sure that you keep those lines of communication open. It's really, really important. But yeah, please keep us in the loop if possible. That really helps eliminate a lot of possible issues down the road.
Hey, Brodie, real quick on this is on fill material.
Mhm.
Do you guys have any data or like estimates as to how often the different types of material need to be replaced or replenished? Because, from environmental factors and whatnot.
Yeah, usually most school districts are going to do it on an annual basis, just throughout the course of the year. Because depending on where your school is at, if you get a lot of wind and you have the wood chips, they're going to blow away. The pea gravel seems to stick around the best,
Yeah.
but then a lot of maintenance staff absolutely hate the pea gravel because it ruins their vacuum cleaners. It gets stuck in the plumbing. So, I mean, there's pros and cons to each one, but pea gravel seems to last the best. It just depends on what type you have. So, and if you have the actual matting, but you're not going to see that because, like I said, like a normal pad, they start at like $100,000. That never has to be replaced because the pad just sits there underneath the equipment. But if it's a loose fill material, I would evaluate every year whether you need more fill or not. It just depends on how the year was and what the environmental factors were that year and all that stuff. But on average, I would say more fill has to be put in on an annual basis. Does that help?
Yeah, no, that's awesome. Thank you.
Yeah. So here's just different examples of fill material that needs to be present. Anywhere you have a fall zone, just make sure that you have that 9 inches. Here's an example where the swing is here, where those mats would be a good idea. You can just see where the kids' feet go. They'll just kick that fill right from underneath that swing. But just kind of try to keep on top of that as best you can. And that's a never-ending battle for your maintenance staff. I know, and I know your maintenance staff has a million things going on within their school, but if they can try to keep that fill material at the 9 inches, that really, really helps the school, especially if the child should get hurt.
Hey, Brodie, this is Donnie. I have a question for you also. As far as that fill material, I've seen some playgrounds where the entire playground is fill material. Is that very common and is that a best practice?
It is common, but you don't have to have fill material under the whole entire playground. You only have to have the fill material where a vertical fall is going to take place. So any equipment is probably a good idea, but if there's no risk of a fall, then you don't need to have fill material. Because I have school districts that spend their whole entire thing is fill material, and that costs a lot of money. So no, it only has to be under equipment where there's actually a fall. So hopefully that'll help some of you guys save on the cost of your fill if you're putting it under your whole entire playground. But no, it does not have to be on the whole entire playground. Does that help?
Yeah, I just wondered how common it was and if it's.
Yeah, it just depends. I mean, I've run into a lot of schools where, yeah, it is the entire playground. And then I ran into a lot of schools where it's just under the areas where the fall hazard should exist. So, but just make sure that it goes at least 6 feet out from that equipment.
Thank you.
Yep. And then just equipment maintenance. So check to make sure that all equipment is free of dangerous hardware like retooning bolts and improperly closed S hooks. Sharp points or edges. So like the S hooks, where that becomes a huge issue is on the swings. Just make sure about the thickness of a dime, what is it, 0.01 inches. So in your maintenance, staff can just go and snip those back together. Usually I like the O-shaped ones because then you don't have to worry about that. But a lot of schools still use the S hooks. Make sure that when you do the inspections of them that metal's not starting to erode away too, because that's another thing that happens with S hooks and even the O hooks over time. With your older equipment, even some of the newer equipment sometimes have it, make sure that there's no bolts sticking out. You can get those little nipple clamps to put right over the bolt. And the Consumer Product Safety Commission guidelines for those, if they're 2 threads past the bolt, it's too far out and it needs to be cut. All right. Swings, you really want to make sure that that they're not cracking and breaking and stuff like that. We've had a lot of schools that have had to replace swings over time. Okay, wood structure, just make sure you're maintaining your wood structures as best you can. Most schools nowadays are not putting in wood structures, but there still are some older ones out there. So just make sure, if they're starting to crack and break and stuff, you might want to assess, do we have to get rid of this equipment? And I know that's easier said than done because sometimes you take out a piece of playground equipment in a school and, the PTA comes in, well, that was there when I was a little kid and they get all mad. I know that's part of the problem too, but, just deem if it's so worn out that it's unsafe, it might be past its prime and it might be in need of getting something else. So we had a school district that had 3 schools. They had these awesome forms. They were really cool. They were all wood, but it just got to the point where the maintenance became too much and they were just starting to fall apart. So they had to rip them out. So we really advise against the wood structures unless you buy it from a manufacturer. And with the newer equipment, most of it is that Trex material anyway, but don't let the PTA build their own jungle gym or something like that, because then that becomes a huge liability to the school district. So just again, keep those lines of communication open with your PTA. Okay. And here's the swings. Here's just an example of a cracked swing, like I said earlier. Here's just some examples of bolts sticking out on playground equipment. You can see a lot of these are obviously older pieces of equipment, especially with some wood structure and equipment here. But yeah, just make sure that your maintenance guy, if they see this at their school, that they address this. One of the things that we run into in Montana a lot is the plastic structures. They just start cracking. Our winters are just brutal on that stuff. So, don't, just because it has a little crack in it, you don't have to get a whole new, say it's a panel for a structure. Just have your maintenance guy fill it in and try to patch it as best they can. And then have them sand it down to where it's not a sharp surface. But realistically, how many schools have $15,000 laying around to buy a new slide? Nobody does. So try to maintain the equipment as best you can. But sometimes if they crack so bad that you can't fix it, that's probably when you have to get new stuff. Another thing that I see a lot too, and a ton of schools have them, are those rock climbing walls. So how you have the little pegs where the rocks are bolted on. Make sure that you really inspect those, because those rock pegs tend to go missing a lot. So, and you have to replace them because if that rock is missing and a little kid misses a floating and falls off, gets hurt, the school could be held liable because they didn't maintain the equipment. So with those rock climbing walls, just make sure that all those little rock pegs are in place. That's probably one of the most common ones I've been seeing in my last inspection at least. Here's just an example of wood that's so old and rotted that it probably needs to be replaced or just taken out completely. Okay, here's just an example of it's 0.04 inches. Sorry, I misspoke on the first time on that. But here's just an example right here of where the metal starts wearing down. Any old metal structure, if it's starting to, kind of erode a little bit and get really rusty and stuff, might be a time to get in the equipment. Okay. And make sure that you're not using like rope for your swings. They need to be chain link. The rope does not wear very well, especially in the winter conditions that we have around Montana. And then here's just some general playground considerations. So, and this is again all in the Consumer Product Safety Commission handbook that I sent you guys, but just a travel pattern of the children, sun exposure. Sun exposure on pieces of plastic is also very, very hard. It kind of degrades that plastic over time. I don't know, just once it fades, it makes the plastic weaker for some reason. But and then is it nearby roads, traffic, lakes, hazards, whatever. We've got to have a lot of schools that have to put up special fencing and stuff to make sure that their kids can't get out into the street. And make sure like if there's like fences or gates at the school that are like in high traffic areas, probably not a bad idea to keep those gates locked, especially when kids are playing on the playground. We have a lot of schools that have had to do that. Of course, you have to think about slope and drainage also. You don't want to make, every time it rains, you don't want your playground to be under a big pond. So there's a lot of factors that come into play. But when you work with a playground company, they can help you go through a lot of these different things. And they can help you take steps to prevent a lot of the flooding you could occur on the playground. Slips, trips, and falls. Just with slips, trips, and falls, just make sure that you keep your playground, try to keep your playground free of ice and snow. I know we live in Montana, it's a never-ending battle, but if your maintenance guys can kind of keep those areas clear, especially where there's a lot of traffic, that's probably the best thing that they can do. One thing that we recommend is just, we have a sheet that we can give you guys for snow removal activities. Might be a good idea just to document that, just to make sure that they're hitting all the high areas. If it's equipment that could be very, very dangerous in the ice and snow, we just recommend that the kids aren't allowed to use that equipment in those scenarios. We have a lot of school districts that'll put up like cautionary cones or something like that, so kids can't do those. So, but yeah, just watch out for your slips, trips, and falls. And in the insurance world, we pay a lot of money for slips, trips, and falls and injuries, both on the property and liability side and also on the worktop side as well. So just try to keep those areas clear and free and remove all ice and snow. That's the big thing. And any trip or slip hazards on the playground, again, make sure that they're checking for those as well. Asphalt that might be coming up, holes in the middle of the soccer field, whatever. So just that's going to be on the checklist when we go through and do their evaluation at least once a month. I would recommend. Okay. Stairway, steps, and ramps. So just with your stairways and ramps, just make sure that all the guardrails are properly in place, that they meet the certain height requirements. Another thing you want to make sure that you want to look for on your playground equipment is that structures aren't loose. Some of those gymnastics bars and some things like that, sometimes some of those bars become loose. So you want your maintenance staff to make sure that all the parts of the equipment are properly bolted down, because if they're using the equipment and it's loose, it comes off that whatever it's attached to, that would be a serious injury. Okay. Any questions or comments? Of course, uneven surfaces, all that stuff, but that's all going to be on that playground checklist. What time do we got?
It is 1:36. So you've still got 24 minutes on this topic.
Not behind me, but I don't want to go over stuff. And then, of course, cell phones. Do not use cell phones while watching kids on the playground. This creates a distraction, which could be very serious in an emergency situation. Okay, and I know most schools probably have no cell phones allowed on the playground for playground staff. I'm sure that's common across the board. But just make sure that you enforce it and make sure that those playground monitors have their eyes on those kids at all times. So that's one goal. Just other playground safety tips. Play responsibly, no pushing or roughhousing. Take turns, one person at a time on the swing slide, monkey bars. And again, if it is a piece of playground equipment where there have been a lot of injuries, it's not a bad idea to post rules next to that piece of equipment. And sometimes even if you purchase the equipment from the manufacturer, depending on what it is, sometimes they have rules that already come with it. So remind children to sit down while swinging, slow down before getting off, and not walk close to someone swinging. Climbing up the front of the slide is not acceptable. And I know playground monitors do a great job making sure all of this stuff doesn't happen. Look before you jump on the slide, make sure no one is below you. Okay. And again, please make sure to check with our program before installing the equipment, because we just want to make sure that that the process is really easy for you guys. Because if anything goes wrong, a lot of it falls back on the administration. So, and then you get people come to you guys, well, why do we have to rip that playground out of them? It's just not a fun scenario for everybody involved. So if we can alleviate a lot of those issues beforehand, I think that is really going to help a lot. Any questions or comments on the presentation? Okay, the next thing I'm going to show you is just a sample playground checklist. And there's one directly in that Consumer Product Safety Commission handbook too. Can everybody see that? Oh, can everybody see that?
Yes, now I can see it.
So this is just Appendix A, and this is directly out of the Consumer Product Safety Commission guideline handbook. So it just goes into surfacing. So it'll go into, is there an adequate protective surfacing under and around the equipment? Do you need to install or replace the surfacing? Surfacing materials have not deteriorated, replace it, or do you need to do any other maintenance? Loose fill surfacing materials have no foreign objects or debris. Okay, so remove trash and debris. And this is all stuff that your maintenance staff can go through. Loose fill surfacing materials are not compacted. Break and fluff surfacing. Loose fill surfacing materials have not been displaced under heavy use, such as areas under swings or at slide exits. One thing too that you should have your maintenance staff keep a lookout for, especially if it's a newer playground, is that weed matting. They'll put that underneath the structure. A lot of the time it'll come up over time. So just make sure that they keep a lookout for that, because it creates a huge tripping hazard on the playgrounds. And then of course, drainage. Hopefully your playground's not flooding all over the place. And then general hazard, there are no sharp points, corners, or edges on the equipment. There are no missing or damaged protective caps or plugs. There are no hazardous protrusions. There are no potential clothing entanglement hazards such as S-hooks or protruding bolts. There are no crush and shearing points or exposed moving parts. There are no trip hazards such as exposed footings or anchoring devices and rocks, roots, or any other obstructions in the use zone. So one thing too is make sure if like weeds and stuff are growing underneath the equipment that your main staff pull those out of there. And I know it's hard, especially under the older pieces of equipment that probably don't have that weed matting underneath them, but try to get rid of that as much as you can. I do run into that a lot, especially on older equipment. Security of hardware, there are no loose fastening devices or worn connections, so you want to replace your fasteners. Moving parts such as swing hangers, merry-go-round bearings, and track rides are not worn. And then of course, the durability of the equipment. There are no rusts, no cracks, no splinters or any equipment. Check carefully where it comes in contact with the ground. There are no broken or missing components on the equipment, such as handrails, guardrails, protected various steps or rungs. There are no damaged fences, benches, or signs on the playground. All equipment is securely anchored. Hopefully there's no lead paint on your playgrounds, but a lot of schools are dealing with a lot of older equipment. So it could be a possibility that if it's lead paint, try to address it as best that you can. Probably take that equipment out altogether. And then just general upkeep of the playgrounds. There are no user modifications to the equipment, such as strings and ropes, heighted equipment, swings looped over top rail, etc. So if a piece of playground equipment breaks, you have to make sure that you buy a replacement part from that manufacturer designed for that structure. You can't mix and match different manufacturers and structures, because then it wasn't designed for that particular playground. So if anything happens, then that would be a liability to the school district, because say the slide cracks and someone gets hurt, well, it's in use, but it wasn't designed for that structure. That becomes a huge issue. So you have to make sure that anything you do to that structure came directly from that manufacturer. And don't let your maintenance people, your engineers, whatever, don't let anybody at the school modify the playground equipment in any way. Slides and stuff like that, don't let them drill holes into it, all that fun stuff. It was made that way for a reason from the manufacturer, so it has to stay that way. And when they build these pieces of playground equipment, they take a lot of stuff into a factory. A professional engineer usually signs off on this before companies are even able to sell it. So there's a reason why it needs to be that way, because certain things have to meet, capacity requirements. There's a bunch of things that come into play with equipment. So just make sure you don't mix and match different pieces of playground equipment. And then just general upkeep of the playgrounds, no modifications. The entire playground is free from debris or litter, such as tree branches, soda cans, bottles, etc. Just make sure you clean your playground on a routine basis. Okay. And then just routine inspection and maintenance issues. Broken equipment such as these bulbs, missing caps, cracks, etc. Broken glass and other trash, cracks in plastic, loose anchoring, hazardous or dangerous debris, insect damage, problems with surfacing, displaced loose fill surfacing, holes, flakes, and or buckling of unitary surface. User modifications such as roadside parts of equipment or rearranged, vandalism. And that is a big thing for schools, You buy a new piece of playground equipment and then have some little punks come in there and vandalize it. It makes you really, really furious. So that does happen a lot. Worn or loose, damage or missing parts, wood splinting, rusted or corroded metals, and rock. So that's basically everything as far as playgrounds go. I guess now we could just open up for any additional questions that people might have. But you just want to make sure that you maintain your playgrounds as best that you can, because if a kid does get hurt, it can be a liability to the school district. And you don't want to get your kids get hurt anyway, And we've had some very serious injuries on playgrounds.
Brodie, I'm not seeing anything in the chat, but I do have a question for you. What's the risk to the school district for playground use after hours or during the summer break? Or if a kid gets hurt on your playground when you're not even in session, what are the consequences?
It's a question to answer because it depends on the circumstances and what happened. So if the kids are just blatantly not following the rules of the playground, then you might not be liable for it. But if they are following protocols and something went wrong with the equipment, or they just got hurt on the playground, you could be held liable for it. It just kind of depends on the circumstances of the situation. I wish I could give you a straight answer on that one.
And I get it. I mean, insurance is just that's the nature of it. But so let me give you another scenario. A school district decides that to kind of control vandalism, they put a fence around their playground and post hours, maybe even putting a lock on a gate. Does that provide you any protection, and is that a very standard practice?
It does. provide you protection because you're blocking out that area and you're preventing things from happening on the school's property. I don't see that as a standard practice though, because a lot of schools have tried to do that and then they get a lot of flack from the community because they're like, oh, you guys are buying this equipment with taxpayers' money and it's public property. A lot of kids want to use this stuff after hours. So they don't do that, which you probably ran into that, haven't you?
Oh yeah, I serve on a school board and that's exactly the scenario, so.
I mean, we had a school district where they had a walkway and somebody slipped on it and it was after hours and it was icy and snowy and, it was on the school property, and this person got hurt and the school was held liable for it. So it just depends on the circumstances. I wish I could just give you a straight answer on that.
It's just, bottom line is schools incur a lot of risk.
They do.
Yeah.
The best case scenario would be just make sure you maintain your playground equipment as much as you possibly can. And then not a bad idea to have cameras on your playgrounds. That could help too in that type of scenario that you're talking about, because if you can catch them doing vandalism or, mistreating your equipment, then that could take a lot of liability away from the school district. So if your playground is open after hours, it's a great idea to put a camera on there.
A really good point. Thank you.
Yeah, that's how we catch most scenarios anymore, is through the cameras. So yeah, I wish I could give you a more clear answer on that though. It always depends on the circumstances of what kind of happens. So, but I hope you guys this training useful. If you guys want, I have information on that company that does the playground grants. I can send that to all you guys if you want me to send it to Shelly.
That'd be great. And then I can share it out with our membership.
I know a couple schools, I think. Well, I know. So
You just cut out. Can you try that again?
I know Hamilton School District used them, and it helped them save a lot of money on the playground, like $20,000, I think. So that's a lot of money. So
It is.
so
Yeah. And anytime we can stretch our dollars further and provide
Exactly.
resources to our community, it's good.
exactly.
Do you see boards pushing back on not wanting to make changes to some of the playground equipment, or are you not in that discussion as much? Or where, besides
I'm
money, obviously, what is the biggest concern?
I'm not usually involved in those board discussions on playgrounds. The only time I usually start getting involved is when a school district sends me a plan of what they plan on installing. Is where we really come into play, but it just depends on the school districts how they handle those
Sure.
situations through, because in a lot of bigger school districts, what goes on is usually between the administration of that school and the PTA.
Yeah.
But
It's most likely a fundraiser effort.
yes.
Okay.
So it just kind of depends, but maybe in a smaller community, it could go to the school board. Especially if it's one of those older pieces of equipment that has a lot of sentimental value to the community.
Yeah. All us Gen Xers out in the world now, we're like, no, we didn't die. It'll be fine.
Exactly.
Does anybody else have any questions, concerns?
I have a comment to make, especially when you're starting to buy your equipment or you're putting out bids for it. One thing that we did with ours, we just recently purchased, was put in a provision where they supply us some of the like nuts and bolts and stuff like that. So we're using their equipment. We have it on hand. Their fasteners and stuff. We have those on hand, and they also provided us with some of the tools too, because a lot of that stuff is very specific to their brand, like the anti-tampering stuff. Just make sure you get those wrenches. But it's nice because when you have the stuff on hand, you're more likely to repair that than you are if you have to wait for a part to come in and it just kind of gets drug out.
Well, and another thing too, a lot of school districts opt to have their maintenance staff install the equipment because it really helps save on cost. Because sometimes you have the company come in and do it, it's like 50,000 extra dollars. So that's why you see a lot of maintenance staff at schools installing the equipment. So just tell them to make sure that they follow the regulations. And if they have any specific questions on anything, please give us a call. We'd be more than happy to help them through that process.
And I do have another comment about the like the wood chips and stuff like that, fluffing them up. One thing that I found, and I went through a training before for playgrounds, and they really don't recommend that you move a lot of material, that you just add material, because it's wood and it's degrading. So if you dig down deep enough, you start getting into the spores and all that garbage. And that was their big thing, is they don't want kids to be exposed to, it's basically essentially like black mold and spores. So they don't want you to go much more than like an inch or two off the surface, and then just replace instead of moving it around a lot.
Thank you. Those are two really good points you brought up.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, thanks,
All right.
I appreciate your time, and I guess I'll see you guys in 10 more minutes.
Yeah, I was going to say in just a few more minutes. We'll take a little break. I'm going to pause the recording. All right, we're going to start with our next session. And Brodie is going to talk to us a little bit about Department of Labor inspections. It's all yours, Brodie.
All right, so I'll just kick off since I introduced myself on the last one. Again, if anybody new came in, I'm Brodie Loushin. I'm the risk prevention specialist for the Montana Schools Property and Liability Program. And so the next topic that we're going to discuss is the Montana Department of Labor inspections. So this is something that they've been doing for about 5 years. So just so you guys know, if you've never had to deal with the Department of Labor, there's two different sections that, as far as safety goes and the inspections go. They have the consultation division, which you guys can actually bring in their voluntary department. You can bring them in to help you out with your safety programs for your school district. And then there's also the compliance division. They're the ones that come in and they make the surprise inspections. And they're the ones that inspect all the areas of your school. When the compliance comes in, the areas that they're most likely going to inspect within your school district are your maintenance shops, your school classroom shops. A lot of the times they're going to do your chemistry labs and any equipment that you guys have. A lot of the times they're going to make sure that you're doing all the maintenance that you're supposed to do on them, and also the training that needs to be done. They're also going to go through and make sure that you have a written safety program and that you're doing safety training for all the employees within the school district. So there's quite a few things that you have to follow. What they really enforce in the state of Montana, and I don't know if you guys have all heard of it, you probably have at this point, but what they really refer to is the Montana Safety Culture Act. And so one thing that we've done within our program is we actually built a website to help our schools with these Montana Department of Labor inspections. And a lot of the stuff that they can just pull, and it's a lot of the stuff that they're going to be looking for. So we do have a document on the Montana Safety Culture Act. So there are a few things that are required that all public and private entities in the state of Montana have to do. So one thing that you have to do is you have to have a written safety program. All employees need to be trained on an annual basis. The other thing that you really need to have is a safety committee, and that safety committee has to meet a minimum of 4 times a year. So at least once a quarter. And that safety committee needs to be made up of both normal employees and upper administration. And that is a big requirement of the Montana Safety Culture Act. And that is something that they will look at when they come in and they do their inspections. And then the other thing that they require schools to do is you really realistically should be doing an inspection of each one of your facilities at least once a year. So that means every school, if you have a bus barn, your administration building, any buildings that you guys own within the district need to be done at least one time a year. Now, when the Montana Department of Labor comes in, they're going to do their walkthrough. What they're enforcing is OSHA regulations. So a lot of the items that they usually hit on are, electrical is a big thing they hit on. Housekeeping is a big thing that they hit on. But when they go through, they're gonna take notes and they're gonna write up these items. Usually within 6 weeks, you're probably going to get a report from the Department of Labor. All of the items that they found have to be closed out within 30 days. And usually you're going to have to provide some documentation on how you close those items out. If it's going to be an item that's kind of, say it's a big dollar item to fix, or it's something that's going to take a while, you can apply for an extension with the Department of Labor. Just make sure that you let them know that it's going to take longer than the 30 days. Just don't wait till like the 30-day mark and say, oh, we can't get that done. Make sure that you let them know before that. In the state of Montana, I've never seen them fine a school district, but they technically do have the ability to fine a district or any public entity for that matter. They technically can fine up to $1,000 per incident. I've never seen them do that, but they do have the possibility to do it. Another area where it could really kill a school district and it could cost a lot more money is they can actually stop a project if they deem it unsafe. So, it's really, really important that when they come in that you fix everything that they find as quickly as you can. Then that'll help alleviate some of those possible issues in the future. The other thing too that they really hit on for your school district is make sure that you have an accident reporting procedure. So if somebody gets hurt within a school district, what do they do? What are the procedures that are in place? Are the employees trained on what to do if an accident should occur? So just make sure that you have all these programs in place. If you need any of these materials, please get a hold of us because we have all this stuff ready to go. It's either going to be on this website that I'm showing you guys, and if it's not on this website, we do have things that we can do to help you guys close out those Department of Labor items. As far as like safety training materials go, Department of Labor it doesn't say that your trainings have to be a certain amount of time. It just says that you have to do it. So if you do a 10-minute safety meeting, toolbox talk with your employees, that'll count as training. The big thing that you got to remember is everything that you do, make sure that you document it. Because in the Department of Labor's world or any government agency, if you didn't document it, it never happens. So make sure that you document everything that you do. And one big thing that the Department of Labor really hit on a couple of years ago is this. It's called site-specific training. And this deals mostly with your maintenance staff that use heavy equipment. But every new employee has to be trained on each piece of equipment that they would use for site-specific. So basically what it means is they need to go through with their supervisor on how that piece of equipment works, and they need to review the operator's manual. Make sure that you have the operator's manual for all heavy pieces of equipment that you operate. This would include things such as ATVs, riding lawnmowers, scissor lifts, any mobile lifts that you might have. So you have like genie lifts, stuff like that. All that stuff needs to have the operator's manual, and all of your maintenance staff needs to be site specifically trained on it. Now, the site specific stuff is not something that has to be done on an annual basis. It's just a one and done deal. But for each employee that has to be done for, make sure that you have it documented that they went through that training. If it's a forklift, forklifts are the exception. Forklift training has to be done every 3 years. And the reason why is because OSHA has so many injuries and fatalities related to forklifts that they require that be done every 3 years. That training includes a classroom section. It has a hands-on portion, and then we'll give you a card. We have all of those materials. In our company, we're willing to do the classroom section for the forklift classes, but we do not do the hands-on portion. And the reason why we don't do the hands-on portion is because we have a lot of different clients that use a lot of different pieces of equipment. So, but we would be more than happy to help you out with the actual classroom section for that. So any questions or comments on the Montana Safety Culture Act? And I think every school at this point probably has got a visit from the Montana Department of Labor. So anybody here have any questions or comments on what those reports look like? They're pretty straightforward when they come in. So here's just a sample safety policy. So if you don't have a safety policy in place, you can contact us. We do have a variety of different policies that might work for your organization. Just make sure that you have a written plan in place, because if you don't, that's something that they're going to cite for. The other thing too that they ask for when they come in is your OSHA 300 logs. And this is going to be based off of your employee injuries. It really doesn't deal with us in the property and casualty side of things. It's going to be more on the work comp end of things. But any injuries that your employees have, it depends on what type of treatment that they get. But if they had to go to the hospital or if they got a prescription medication, that would then become known as OSHA recordable. And all those OSHA recordables have to be documented on that OSHA 300 log. And make sure that you're filling those out, because the Montana Department of Labor does come in and will ask for those documents when they come in and they do an inspection. If you need help on where to find that information, or if you have an injury and you are wondering if it's OSHA reportable or not, please give us a call and we'd be more than happy to help you out with that. As far as safety training for employees, so we have employee training checklists. One thing that we've done is we've actually made training plans for staff based on job classification. So you can see here we have one for kitchen staff. So under the Department of Labor, you really should be training your staff on an annual basis. And basically what it says in the regulations, if the hazard exists, you need to do a safety training on it. Things that are required for everybody on an annual basis are your bloodborne pathogens and hazardous communication, because anybody could come in contact with chemicals within a school district and anybody could be exposed to bloodborne pathogens. So it's really important that you train your staff on that annually. I also recommend that you go over your district safety policy with your staff and also your accident reporting procedure, because if something does happen, if an employee gets hurt, it's really, really important that they know what that accident reporting procedure is and where they need, if it's a work comp deal, where do they get the paperwork? If it's a student injury, what forms does the teacher or the staff member, what do they have to fill out? So make sure that your staff is trained on that process and that they report in a timely manner, because it's really, really important if an accident does happen, that it gets reported as quickly as possible. Because one, if there's an injury, that employee or that student gets the needed treatment that they need. And two, if, especially on the work comp realm, if it's late reporting, that claim could possibly get denied. So if you report all your accidents as soon as possible, it just makes things go a lot smoother than they normally would. So, but again, make sure that you train all your staff and try to do the best that you can. I know there's a million things going on during school, but I know a lot of schools usually will train their staff during PIR days, but training your employees is a requirement under the Montana Safety Culture Act and also under OSHA regulations. So any questions or comments on that? Okay. So we have facility inspection checklists. So again, this is something that is required by the Montana Department of Labor. So you should do a inspection of every facility at least once a year. So here's a really good checklist of what they're going to be looking for during these inspections. Okay. So general job safety and health posters and communications emergency numbers are posted. Okay, so under the Montana Department of Labor, in any break rooms or anywhere that a lot of employees are going to meet, you have to have those Department of Labor posters hung up, so your work comp, minimum wage, and all that fun stuff. So make sure that's in an area that's visible to all employees. Records of recent inspections and safety meetings are available. So just make sure that you keep all those records somewhere within your school. So if the Department of Labor does come in, they do have access to all of those records. As far as those OSHA 300 logs go, under the regulations, they can technically go back up to 5 years. So make sure you keep at least 5 years of those available. And every year there's the OSHA 300 log, and then they have an OSHA 300A is what it's known as. It's basically a summary of your OSHA 300 log. That OSHA 300A has to be hung up every year between end of February to the end of April. So make sure that you hang that up also, because that's something that they're going to be looking for, because you got to keep your employees aware of what kind of accidents have been taking place in the workplace. Okay, and then
Thank-
yes,
Interrupt for a moment.
yeah.
I do have one question in the chat. We just hired an employee from the Congo. They have very limited English language skill. Is there a resource available to do the trainings in French?
I would have to look. I can see if they're, what school is this? Just so I can, I mean, I'll do some research on it for them.
Great.
It's
Probably-
target, yeah, it's target range.
Target range.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll have to do some research on that for you. It's probably going to be online.
Right.
But I'll see what I can find for you on that.
I can easily find stuff for Spanish, but with an alternative language like that, I can't find anything, and I need help.
Yeah, I'll see if there's any resources I can find for you on that one. Yeah, for
Hey,
sure.
thanks a lot.
Yeah, that's tough. French doesn't come out much in what we require. So I'll see what I can.
I have another question for you. Where do we find all these resources you're showing us right now?
Just send it to you. We have a website, and I'll just send it to you. It has a login and everything, and all these resources are just right there. So
Okay.
I'll send this to you. It's a username and password. So it'll take the landing page, and then I'll just give you the username and password.
Okay, and then my third thing is just a comment, but regarding the Montana 300 form,
Yes.
and this isn't a plug for a program, but if you belong to the MSGIA work comp program, they will complete that MT 300 for you, and then all you have to do is post it in your building.
Yeah, even if they do that for you, I'd still recommend that you go over them and
Oh yeah, definitely.
to make sure that it was actually an OSHA recordable, because if it's not an OSHA recordable, you don't want to put it on there if you don't have to. Because there's a thing called the total recordable injury rate, and the more accidents that go on there, the higher that rate goes. So you want to try to keep that as low as you possibly can. So if it's like a basic first aid, or say they went to the hospital, but there was no medical treatment, those things wouldn't be recordable. So you just want to make sure that it's actually recordable. If anybody needs to know what the recordability requirements are, we do have that information. But yeah, I just always recommend that you double check and make sure that they actually are recordable. So just because they're work comp recordable doesn't necessarily mean they're OSHA 300 recordable. It just all depends on the type of treatment that the individual gets.
Perfect. Thank you.
Any questions or comments on that? Okay. So personal protective equipment. So just make sure that your employees have the proper personal protective equipment they need for the jobs that they're going to be doing, and make sure that they're maintaining that personal protective equipment. One of the biggest things that I see that they really point out is respirators. So if you have any staff that uses respirators, especially respirators that have the cartridges, which are known as air purifying respirators, they need to be in a respiratory protection program. And if you do have to do a respiratory protection program, there are a lot of things that you need to have in place. You need to have a medical evaluation. They need to be fit tested. So just make sure that if your employees are using those type of respirators, that they're in a full-blown program. And also when the Department of Labor comes in and they do their inspections, make sure that when they store their respirators, that they're storing them properly. You don't want the Department of Labor to come in there and the respirator sitting on the workbench and it's so dirty that you can tell it's not even going to work. So make sure that they're maintaining not just respirators, but all PPE. Make sure that their safety glasses aren't so scratched up that they can't see out of them. Because the Montana Department of Labor, they're really going to hit on that when they come in and they do those inspections. Fall protection is a huge one that they're really going to hit on. So make sure that your staff is doing inspection with their fall protection equipment to make sure that it's not damaged in any way. Make sure that they're storing it properly. Usually you want to store it hanging up somewhere like on a wall, or you don't want to store it at the very bottom of a tool chest where it would have a possibility of getting ripped by equipment. Just make sure they store it in an area where it doesn't get a lot of sunlight, because the sunlight can actually affect that nylon webbing. So that's really important, because You know, if they're involved in a fault, you want to make sure that that equipment is working properly, because if it's not, you know, it could be a life or death situation. Make sure that like in the shop classes that you have the proper signage that, you know, safety glasses need to be worn while in this room. You know, that if students and staff are working while welding, that they're wearing fireproof clothing when required. You know, we've had some really bad burns within our program and some claims because people got burned during welding and they weren't wearing the FR clothing that they should have been. So make sure that, you know, that they're wearing the proper PPE for the job they're doing and that they're maintaining it and they're storing it properly. Because if you don't store it properly, you know, or if it's broken, it's not going to do the job that it was intended to do, which is keep you safe. Any questions or comments on the PPE section? If you need programs or policies or have questions about certain requirements for certain types of PPE, you know, please let us know and we'll help you out with that program. So hazardous communication, this is a huge one that they're also going to hit on. This deals with the safety data sheets within your school. So basically for all the chemicals that you guys use within a school district, they need to have a safety data sheet. So, and that has to be accessible to all employees, because if they are exposed to a chemical, depending on what it is, you know, they might need to get medical treatment, you know, they might need to call 911. It just depends on what it is that they're exposed to. So, and under OSHA regulations, it is acceptable to either have a hard copy book for your safety data sheets, or you can also use an electronic database. The biggest one is called SDS Online, where you just type in whatever chemical that you're looking for and it'll pop it right up. But either or is acceptable under OSHA regulations, but it has to be a certified website. You can't just use Google for your chemical inventory list, because you don't know if you're getting the most updated SDS sheet. You don't know if you're getting it for the right chemical. You know, I use WD-40, for example. Well, there's two different types of WD-40. There's a bulk liquid and there's an aerosol. Well, if you looked at those safety data sheets, they're going to be completely different. So just try to make sure too, and it's a never ending battle for a lot of school districts. Just try to make sure you can keep those chemical inventory books up to date. I know it's a lot of people always, that kind of goes on the wayside. It's really hard to keep them up to date, but try to do the best you can and at least make sure that you have a written program and that you at least have a book to where they can reference their chemicals. Where I really recommend that you have the SDS sheets is for chemicals that the maintenance staff use and for any chemicals that you guys have in your chemistry labs, because, you know, depending on what those chemicals are in those chemistry labs, it can be a really bad situation if there's an exposure. So just make sure that you have those safety data sheets either on file hard copy or access electronic somehow, whether it be one of the databases that you have to pay for, or I know a lot of schools will have like a shared network drive where they'll post those safety data sheets also. But just make sure that you have them available to you. And then again, the other part of that is you need to make sure that you train your staff annually on safety data sheets. Because again, if there is an exposure, it can be a big deal. You know, when I was an intern, I experienced a really scary situation with somebody working with chemicals. We had an environmental engineer. I was working at a coal mine. She was crushing like 6 or 7 different types of chemicals. Well, she didn't crush the can properly, inhaled the contents of them. And she was just lucky they had a ambulance on site at the mine. But for them to start treating her, they had to, of course, bring her into the emergency room, but they had to refer back to those safety data sheets before they could start treating her. So yes, you need them for regulatory purposes, but if somebody does get exposed, you know, it can be a life or death deal because there's a lot of really important information on them. There's, you know, first aid measures, there's PPE required, there's how to properly store the chemical. So again, just make sure that you have that information. Hand and power tools. This is one area that they're really going to check, especially in like your shop classes. So have your shop teachers and your maintenance staff make sure that all the cords on your power tools are working properly, that they're not frayed, that they're not damaged in any way. Make sure that they're not fixing the tools with electrical tape if the cord is damaged, because that's not allowed under OSHA regulations. If the tool came with a guard, make sure that that guard stays on it. I go on numerous inspections of shop classes and the guards will be missing. So if it came with a guard from the manufacturer, that guard needs to stay on there. The most common guard that is missing is usually on those portable grinders. And kids remove them, staff remove them, but make sure that those are on there because they're on there for a reason. So another thing that you really want to look at is like extension cords. You know, you want to have your staff make sure that the grounding prong for one is on them. And also you want to make sure that there's no damage to those and that they're not being, again, repaired with electrical tape. That's pretty common. Everybody likes to repair everything with electrical tape. That's not allowed. You got to make sure that it's repaired properly because it's a safety hazard. Any questions on, and all your hand tools, make sure that they're working properly. There's no damage. You know, make sure that like hammers don't have loose heads, you know, all that kind of stuff. Just make sure if there's any tools that are not operating properly, that are damaged in any way, make sure that you put a sign on them and say out of service until they can get repaired. That's really important. Electrical is again a huge thing that the Department of Labor really likes to hit on. This is probably one of the areas that they hit on the most. So make sure like your breaker panels are labeled properly. You know, if you have emergency shutoff switches in your shop classes, make sure that you have the proper signage. So if there is an emergency, they know how to access it. Make sure like your emergency shutoff switches and electrical panels aren't blocked with equipment. Under OSHA regulations, you have to have at least 3 feet of clearance. The reason why you need to have at least 3 feet of clearance because they need to, if they need to be accessed quickly, it allows you to get to it when needed. Make sure that all your lights are working properly, you know, make sure that there's no exposed electrical just hanging out there. You know, sometimes I'll walk into a shop class or a boiler room and there'll be a bunch of electrical wires hanging out. You know, make sure that those are covered with a faceplate because that's a hazard by them sticking out. And then also, if that electrical, if those wires are just sticking out and that electrical is dead, it's probably just best just to remove those extra wires if possible. If not, I would put a sign saying no longer in use, electricity disconnected or something, just to let, especially the Department of Labor, when they come in, that'll just kind of help them in. Because I walk into a lot of schools where there's a lot of dead electrical and the wires are just sticking out. So just make sure that you kind of look at that. Also with electrical, make sure like this is kind of more in the classroom setting, but make sure people aren't hanging things from the lights, especially the grade schools. You know, they like to hang their paper mache projects from the light. Well, depending on how close it gets to the light source, it could get hot and be a possible fire hazard. Just make sure that you prevent your staff from doing that. Also, other things that are really important, make sure that like all your exits are free. Don't make sure that they're not blocked. You know, first aid kits, AED units, again, make sure that all those areas are clear because if first aid kits, because if those areas need to be accessed, they need to be accessed quickly. And these are things that the Department of Labor is going to hit on when they come in and they do the inspections. Also with your first aid kits, make sure that I would actually recommend that your staff inspect those on a monthly basis. And with the first aid kits, the thing that you're looking out for is, are they properly stocked? And 2, are there any items past the expiration date? Things like Band-Aids, gauze, stuff like that, it's not going to expire. But anytime that you have a burn cream, a gel, your eye wash solution, that stuff expires. And the farther it gets away from that expiration date, the less effective that it's going to be. So just make sure that you keep an inventory of your first aid kits and then replace any of those items that go past the expiration date. Make sure, and I ran into this, make sure that your staff is not storing their prescription medications inside of the first aid kits. It's okay if you put like Tylenol, cough drops, stuff like that, but any prescription medications, make sure that that stuff is being stored somewhere else where not everybody can access it. That's really, really important. So, and I have ran into that quite a bit. So just make sure that you communicate that to your staff. Do you guys have, and if you have AED units, excuse me, AED units, if you have EpiPens within your school district, make sure that you don't store those in the basic first aid kit either, because technically they're prescription medication. So usually a lot of schools that do have those are going to be stored in a separate, either it's like a bright yellow or bright green case. make sure that you just store them in an area where they're secured, but they're not locked up. So if somebody does need to access them, then they can do it quickly. But just don't store them in an area where anybody can grab them. Technically, it won't do any damage if you give somebody an EpiPen because it's just epinephrine, but still you want to take all the proper precautions because you don't want somebody to use it that's not properly trained, because again, that could leave the school open to liability depending on what happened and what the circumstances are. So just for your material handling, have all your change or slings been inspected for defects and label or taken out of service. Okay, have all the forklifts been inspected before use. So if you have any, especially in your shop classes, if you have any lifting equipment, hoist, chains, make sure that that gets inspected according to manufacturer's recommendations. If you have auto shop classes, make sure that your vehicle lifts are getting inspected on an annual basis. This is something they nail a ton of schools on. If you don't know who does those inspections, I do have some resources that you can use to get those done, but those have to be done on an annual basis. And that's a lot of things. That's one thing that a lot of shop teachers forget about. You know, I've gone into numerous shop classes where those inspections have not been done. So that's something that the Department of Labor always checks on. And they're also going to check on your slings and hoists also. So just make sure that your shop teachers, because usually this responsibility falls on them, just make sure that they're doing those inspections on an annual basis, or when the inspection requires it from the manufacturer's handbook. So fire protection, all flammable combustible liquids are stored in an approved storage cabinet. So depending, if you have an area where you're storing lots of gas, like in a maintenance shop, you know, really good idea to make sure that you're using a flammable cabinet, and they're going to make sure that you're storing that stuff properly. You know, if you have 25 gallons or more, you need to have one of those flammable cabinets. And in some of those shop classes and some of those maintenance shop areas, it doesn't take very long to get 25 gallons. And also make sure, and this kind of goes back to the hazardous communication standard also, make sure that all your chemicals are labeled properly, because if chemicals aren't labeled properly, people might use a chemical for a purpose that's it's not intended to, or they might mix it with something. It can create a poisonous fume, vapor, mist, whatever. So make sure that all your chemicals are labeled properly, especially all your secondary containers. You know, and a secondary container is defined as when you take it out of the original manufacturer's container and put it into another one. The most common one you'll see in schools is spray bottles for cleaners. Just make sure that you write, even if it's with the magic marker, just write, you know, Windex on the side of it, just to make sure that people know what it is and then they use it for the right purposes. I also recommend that you don't allow staff to store chemicals in like food bottles, because I'll go into shops a lot of the time and sometimes I'll put antifreeze in a Powerade bottle. Well, that's blue, and you know, Powerade is blue too. So, you know, we've had people accidentally drink products that could actually kill them, thinking it was a food item. So don't let your staff store any chemicals in food containers. That's a big thing. And they're gonna nail you for that if they do see it. So also, kind of with food items too, this goes back to the chemistry labs. Make sure that your science staff is not storing their lunch in the fridges with, you know, all the experiments they're doing in their science classes, because that can contaminate their food. And then if they accidentally eat it and becomes contaminated, it could get sick and, you know, just becomes a huge safety issue. Also, I have a lot of schools that, like in the chemistry lab storage area, a lot of teachers like to put their coffee machines and their microwaves and stuff like that. They shouldn't have those items in areas where chemicals are being handled, because again, it could contaminate their food. So these are another thing that this is another huge area where the Department of Labor is going to nail them for. So try not to let your staff eat or drink in any areas within the science classes. Students, same thing, you know, because you're using chemicals in there, even in the biology classes, you know, you're dealing with, you know, dead frogs or whatever. It's just not sanitary. So just make sure that you don't allow eating and drinking in those areas. And if you see it in your school, make sure that you take it out. Also in the welding shop, you know, I've had schools that have pop machines and stuff like that in the welding shop. Well, kids will open up those pop cans and those welding fumes will actually get into what they're eating and drinking. So basically shop classes in chemistry, science classes don't allow any eating or drinking. I know most schools do, but sometimes you'll be surprised what I run into. So And the Department of Labor will really hit on that also. Housekeeping is a big thing too, you know, make sure that all your walkways are clear and free of debris because those are a lot of slip strips and fall hazards. Exits, all that fun stuff. Any questions or comments on this? But as far as inspections go, these are the big things that they're going to be looking out for. Machine guarding is another big thing. So like some of the older like boilers and stuff like that, they have moving belts or older equipment. Make sure that those moving belts or any moving parts of equipment are properly guarded. If you can't get a guard from the manufacturer, because a lot of school districts have older pieces of equipment, you can make your own under OSHA regulations. So if that ever comes up, please let us know. So that's pretty much what they're going to hit with the facility inspection checklist. Oh, also with electrical, I just want to kind of touch on this because I run into this a lot too. Another big no-no is plugging a power strip into another power strip. That's a huge fire hazard. So please make sure that you don't do that. Also with fire extinguishers, make sure that they're not blocked. Make sure that they have the proper labeling above them. They should be about 45 inches off the ground. And that makes it easy for every person of any height to grab them. Don't make sure the fire extinguisher is not up so high that nobody can grab it. But the other thing that they're going to hit on with the fire extinguishers is make sure that you check them monthly. They have to be serviced once a year by an outside third party, but your maintenance staff should be checking them monthly, and they need to be documenting those inspections on the back of the fire extinguisher tag. When they do those inspections, what they're looking for is the fire extinguisher charged properly? Is the pin in place? Is there any damage to the extinguisher? And is there anything blocking access to the extinguisher? And then all they have to do is just date it and initial it. And that meets the OSHA regulations. But when the Department of Labor comes in, that's probably another one of the most common issues that they're going to find. So just make sure that your staff is documenting those inspections. The other thing that they're really going to have to inspect too is their eyewash stations. Those are required to be inspected weekly. So depending on what type of eyewash station that you have, if it's a plumbed in eyewash station, they need to make sure that they test the flow of that water every week. But if it's one of those wall mounted ones, of course, you're not going to do that because it has that bladder in there. When you hit the button and all the water falls out. But those bladder ones, just make sure with those, the liquid in them is good for a year. After a year, you're going to have to replace that. So but just make sure all that stuff is getting documented. And again, make another thing with the eyewash stations, make sure that they're labeled properly and that there's nothing blocking them, because if they have to access them, they have to do it quickly. And usually where you're going to see the eyewash stations is in school kitchens, the shop areas, and the science areas. So, questions or comments on anything? I know this stuff isn't the most exciting, but it's stuff that we got to cover. So here's some stuff that we do have on our website. So here is all the safety committee requirements. So if you do need it, we have a sample safety committee agenda that you can take a look at. We have training materials that you can use for your staff if you have not developed a safety committee yet. But again, safety committees are required under the Montana Department of Labor, and you have to have at least 4 safety committee meetings per year. One thing that we do within our program is we have newsletters that we send out monthly. In these safety newsletters, we try to keep up if there's any new updates or regulatory changes with OSHA. We try to make sure that we communicate all of that information to our schools. If there's something that is an update and you have any questions or comments on it and you want more detail on it, have your maintenance staff or whoever is responsible at your school district for safety give us a call, and we'd be more than happy to give them more information on that particular topic. The big thing we want you guys to know is we have a vast library of resources, so don't recreate the wheel. We have all of this stuff at your fingertips. So please just make sure that you contact us and we will get you this information. Here's that site-specific training that I was talking about. So here's a lot of the equipment that they're really going to hit on. So of course, your aerial lifts. So we have training PowerPoints for those type of trainings, but you also need to include your operator's manual, and the supervisor of that employee also needs to do a hands-on training with that person. And under the regulations, all it states is it has to be a competent person that knows how to operate that equipment. They can provide the training. So a supervisor that's been with the district for a long time, under the regulations, they are competent to do that training for new hires that are coming in. You got ATV, aerial lifts, chainsaw, you know, things like push lawnmowers, you know, floor polishers, stuff like that. You're not going to have to do the site specific on. We're talking about like heavy equipment. We're talking about your skid steers, your riding lawnmowers, your ATVs, any big pieces of equipment that your staff uses, they need to do that hands-on training. But like weed eaters and smaller equipment usually isn't going to fall under that. The Department of Labor just wants to make sure the site specific is getting done on the bigger pieces of equipment. One thing too that you really have to pay attention to is, and this is OSHA enforces this, but this also falls under the EPA regulations, is asbestos. So I hope everybody on this call today has asbestos abatement plan for their school district, because that's required under the OSHA HERA program. But one of the requirements that's also required as part of that program is your staff has to go through a 2-hour general awareness training every year. And so on this website, we work with a industrial hygiene vendor based out of Great Falls. And we actually did the 2-hour asbestos general awareness training. So on this website, you can watch this video, and that does meet the requirements for the EPA. But just make sure, and it doesn't have to be, of course, this training, but just make sure that you do that general awareness training for your staff if they are could be possibly exposed to asbestos. So probably your teachers probably don't have to go through that training, but your maintenance staff, maybe your cleaning staff. So the only people that would have to be involved in that training are the people that actually could come in contact with asbestos. And then again, under that regulatory requirement, that policy has to be updated every 3 years. So if you did some asbestos abatement, you got to make sure that you update that plan. Even if you haven't done anything, you still got to do a review of it and just make sure that it's up to date. Any questions or comments on that?
Nope, they're all being pretty quiet at the moment.
Not the most exciting stuff to have to go over. And then we just have safety meeting material that you can share with your staff. Again, you need to do training for your staff on an annual basis, and anything is acceptable under the Montana Department of Labor. So you can use computer training, you can use toolbox talks, you can use PowerPoints. Just a big thing that they're looking for was that training documented. With the site specific, they might be looking for a little bit more. They might be they're going to probably look for paperwork that they did the site specific and that they did the hands-on portion. So, but other than that, just make sure that you have a sign-in sheet and that you document it. So, but when they come in, the main things that they're going to look for as far as paperwork goes is your OSHA 300 logs, your written safety program. Do you have an accident reporting program? And are you training your employees? Those are the 4 main things they're going to look for. Oh, and site-specific training. So those are the 5 main things that they're going to look for as far as paperwork goes. And they might also look for inspections. You've been doing your inspections on an annual basis as well.
Yeah.
I know I went through one of these right before I left my district, and they're very thorough. It
Yeah.
took a while, and it was good to walk through with them if they're willing to allow you to walk through with them, to see what they'll send you pictures in their little report of all the things, but most of the time they will have you walk through just so you can see what they're seeing. And sometimes when you walk through your school with a next to a person with a fresh set of eyes, it's amazing what you go blind to that you're not realizing is maybe a safety hazard because you walk past it every single day.
Yes, for sure. And one thing that I recommend too is everything they take a picture of, you take a picture of too, just in case it gets to a scenario where you have to argue it. So I've had scenarios where I've had to go with federal OSHA and we've completely got patients because sometimes or make it more unsafe by whatever they're recommending. You know, this particular case was, I mean, that's very rare, but it could happen. So just make sure that you take a picture of everything that they take a picture of.
Okay, that's a good idea. What are the most things that you see schools are getting dinged on? Is it the data sheets, the open electrical, not having a safety meeting?
Anything electrical is a huge one.
Yeah.
Blocking of exits, fire extinguishers, that's also another one. Breaker panels, not checking fire extinguishers, routine basis. Extension cords and power tools are another huge one. All the guarding of that.
I know I was very surprised, my whole crew, that we needed to do a training for a riding lawnmower. And we were like, it's common sense, but it's not to them. And then they want to make sure that that's in there. Who has had anybody online that's already gone through one of these recently? Had any suggestions?
And they did get a new director. The guy before was he was the barber, I think, as far as letting me apply for extensions and stuff on some of the items. But they got a new director last year, so I think he's pretty easy to work with, but I'm not sure. But if you
That's
need
good
help,
to hear.
but if you need help with any of this stuff, or if you need to argue any of this stuff, we'd be more than happy.
All right.
For the most part, they seem pretty good to deal with. I haven't really got too many complaints about them. But if you have a program or policy that they write up that you don't have, let us know.
So I do have a question then too. We were talking about how we have to fill out the OSHA forms
Yes.
for OSHA incidents, but OSHA doesn't necessarily come to the school themselves and inspect the school, correct? It's just Department of Labor?
So all public entities in the state of Montana fall under the Montana Department of Labor. So in the state of Montana, only the private sector is under OSHA. The Montana Department of Labor is enforcing OSHA regulation.
Okay. So that makes sense. Just making sure nobody else is going to pop up on our doorstep anytime in the near future and say, hey.
We will never deal with federal OSHA in Montana. It's all.
Awesome. Does anybody else have any questions?
Well, I hope you found these 2 trainings useful.
We did very much. Thank you. Lots of things to think about, right? Adding to the daily check-off list or the weekly, all the lists of the things that we need to check off.
Not like you don't have enough paperwork, Charlie. Just to the final.
Well, these are always the surprising ones, which are never any fun. All right, I'm going to pause the recording. All right, last but certainly not least, these gentlemen have the unenviable task of handling the last session of the day. However, our participants have been awesome and they are going to ask more questions, and this is going to be great. So this is our last session of our facilities workshop. We have Rich Batterman and Mark Qualman joining us to talk about alternative construction projects and delivery contracts, and I'm going to let them take the wheel and share a little bit about themselves and get going.
All right. Thank you, Shelley. I guess I'll start out because if I don't, you'll just want to listen to Mark because he can grow a beard and I can't. Um, I am a lawyer in Baker, Montana. I am the general counsel for the Montana Rural Education Association, and I've been a school law attorney for about 20 some years. Real happy to be here to talk to you a little bit about the scintillating topic of alternative construction project delivery contracts, which is basically subtitled or should be subtitled, How to Get Around Traditional Bidding Requirements. So we're going to hopefully teach you some tips and tricks, and Mark will talk to you about the various advantages of our contract types. So I'm happy to be here. I know many of you, I'm sure, just because I've been around so long. So yeah, I'm the lawyer and I'll try to be entertaining. Mark?
Hi, mine's Mark Qualman. My company is Quest Services Corporation, and I'm an owner's representative or a construction manager. And the short version of what I do is work for the school districts as a consultant to make sure that the architect and the contractor do what they're supposed to do on a construction project. I've been doing this since the early 90s, so I've got 30 plus years of construction management experience. And I'm happy to be here as well. So with that, I'll give it back to Rich.
All righty. You're going to see a little bit of a team approach. I will warn you, we haven't really rehearsed it in depth, but I think the general plan is that I'm going to introduce the legal requirements and concepts, and then Mark's going to sort of walk you through the nuts and bolts of what the various alternatives to traditional bid contracts are and why you might want to consider using some of the alternative methods permitted by Montana law. If you do have questions during the presentation, just let one of our folks know. I'd rather not wait till the end because we always seem to run out of time for that. So with that, let's charge ahead and I'll try to be entertaining. Oh boy. Okay. Well, problem. I'm going to have to figure out how to. There we go. All right. Now we know under Montana law that with traditional construction projects and maintenance projects for school boards, we are required to give public notice and receive bids, right? That's just the traditional method permitted under state law. It really is intended to facilitate the open and best possible result for school districts, generally speaking, in that we are trying to reach the lowest responsible bidder for each project. And that, of course, generally applies to contracts in excess of 80,000, but can be applied to any contract in any project. Typically what you're going to do, and again, most of you have done this before, so I'm preaching to the choir, you're going to run an advertisement, a solicitation for bids for 2 consecutive weeks in a local newspaper, and the second ad must run not less than 5 or more than 12 days before the bids are considered. So it's a fairly compressed bid process. Just really allows your districts to get to a contract as efficiently and quickly as possible. With traditional bidding, of course, we are required to obtain bid security, bonds securing performance, and really it's up to the Board of Trustees to evaluate which bidder is the lowest responsible bidder, which of course can be a challenge, particularly with newer trustees who may not have a construction background or a familiarity with school construction and maintenance generally. Even though we do run a fairly compressed bid process, it is often the case that we end up with a fairly lengthy bid process from the time of solicitation to award. And I'm sure many of you have experienced that, where you're letting your bids in January, hoping that you can get a bid awarded by the following fall. So it can be a frustrating process sometimes, depending upon the responses you get and just general budgetary requirements. Of course, with traditional bidding, you don't know what your bidders are going to tell you they need in order to build your school or renovate your kitchen or whatever project it is that you're working on. So there really is a lack of price control. Frankly, there's an uncertainty, at least initially, who even is going to respond to a solicitation for bids. And most of the districts with which I work often relate stories that, well, we thought that Mr. Smith was going to place a bid, and then Mr. Smith gets busy and just doesn't. We also deal with a fairly specific bid process, and if you miss a step, you got to start over. So all of those are potential drawbacks in the process, and that's really many of the reasons why Montana law allows schools to use different methods to conduct projects and maintenance. Typically, we would refer to those in the statute as alternative project delivery contracts, okay? These are really more intended for projects that have a limited time frame. They may have very specialized requirements. For example, if you're dealing with particular heating or cooling system requirements, or if you have compressed funding demands. For example, a grant, is time sensitive, and you need to get the monies allocated and spent within the time frame of the grant. Montana law contemplates 3 types of alternative project delivery, and we're going to talk about those in turn. And I promise Mark's much more entertaining than I on these. Typically, those, as you can see on the display there, are construction management contracts, design build contracts, and comprehensive agreements. Now, the thing I want you to keep in mind that these are alternatives to traditional funding, okay? So you don't have to avail yourself of traditional bidding, nor do you really need to use one of these types unless it suits your particular project, okay? But keep them in mind because they can oftentimes be useful for you where you have special time requirements. Let's talk first about construction management. And basically what that is a contract where the contractor essentially acts as the owner's representative, okay? And think of it in terms of your school district as turning the project over to the contractor to administer it on your behalf from project startup right through completion, okay? You're going to handle things like pre-construction, budgeting, scheduling. In general, the contractor is your eyes and ears. Okay, oftentimes you'll use an engineer for this purpose, but in some instances, the contractor themselves can help manage the project, particularly for those superintendents who didn't go to construction school to understand the ins and outs of building projects. Mark, would you have any comments to offer just regarding construction management, why schools would do these, how they work?
Sure. And everything you said is very valid, Rich. The one thing about construction management contracts, yes, they are sort of an owner's representative, but keep in mind that they are beholden to their owners and stockholders, not to the school district, the same as an architect is beholden to their firm as well. So that's where my services as a construction manager or an owner's representative for the district, I'm beholden to the school district. It's my job to make sure that the construction management firms do what they're supposed to do and take ownership of any issues that come up and not try and pass everything on to the owner. So there's a little bit of a difference in the definition of what a construction manager is. But most contracts today that the school districts use are done with the construction management at risk type of a contract. And there's a reason for that we'll get into a little bit later.
And Mark, when you say the construction management at risk, what does that mean?
That means that the construction manager puts together a guaranteed maximum price for the project as designed, and the contractor is at risk if it goes over that cost because they've told the school district that it's going to cost X. And so that's what the school district expects it to be, not X plus hundreds of thousands of dollars.
So would it be correct to say that you're sort of short-circuiting the change order process that has plagued many large projects?
That's a big component of it. Construction management at-risk contracts predominantly are not 100% designed by the architect, and there's a timeline that this sort of cuts down on because of that. In other words, that's one of the advantages of construction management. You can get it in the ground, get it started quicker, which means less inflation and that type of thing.
So really you're trying to attain greater financial certainty than through the CM, the construction management process. Would that be fair to say?
It would be fair to say. And a good construction management at risk contract does protect the school district as the owner, because there's a guaranteed maximum price that everybody knows about up front and is delineated specifically in the contract.
Now, Mark, can you address, we're all familiar with the use of subcontractors and material suppliers. Would those still be the responsibility of the district, or do those also work directly for the construction manager?
They work directly for the construction manager. Construction manager is exactly what the name implies. They manage the construction from start to finish, depending from the people that dig the dirt to the people that put the light bulbs in. So they manage and execute subcontracts between themselves and the subcontractor to make sure that that work gets done. So it's a complete package to the owner.
Now, would I be correct then that when you're soliciting your bids for a construction manager, you wouldn't necessarily be soliciting bids for the construction people? You would actually go after looking for that owner's representative. Is that right?
That would be correct.
Are there any words of caution or advice in terms of how you solicit for a CM?
There's a lot of elements that go into making a good construction manager, and you've got to get a proposal, a request for proposal published and out for competitive, I guess, responses from the construction manager. And at the end of the day, what you're going to get is your complete package that makes sure that the owner gets the value that he's signed up for.
As I've always understood it, when you get these RFPs, these requests for proposal or requests for qualification in RFQ, your construction managers are kind of going to lay out their vision for your project. Is that right?
Right. They are putting together their exactly what you said, their means, methods, and operations, what they see, how the project should go together. They'll tell you what components they're going to provide within their contract, and they're going to tell you how they have done that in the past, give you a track record of their experience, give you resumes of their people that are going to be on site, and the type of projects that they've done, make sure that they align with what you're trying to do specifically.
Well, it all sounds positive. Are there things to watch out for with CM contracts?
There are things to watch out for. You want to watch out for when you get a response back from a construction manager. Typically, you're going to get a response, and the way that you're going to analyze these for the best value for the district is by the financial submission that the construction manager is giving the district. In other words, you may ask the construction manager, what is your fee percentage on top of your direct costs? going to be? You can ask that question and they may provide whatever percentage they want. And so you'll evaluate that percentage against the other percentage. So you want to make sure that you outline some sort of metrics that is measurable on a construction management contract to make sure you're getting the best value. So you got to make sure of that. You've got to make sure that there's no what I call bait and switch. In other words, they proposed people for your project, and you want to make sure that those people are going to be available at the time the construction contract is let. And what I mean, why that's an issue is because sometimes these requests for proposals for construction manager come out, let's just say in January, and the project may not kick off because of funding or other reasons for 6 months. So the construction manager has to account for those people's time. So you want to make sure that they proposed Tom and Ben, that 6 months from now, Tom and Ben are going to be the people that you have done some investigation on and find out that they're the ones that can do the best project for you.
So really the vetting process is probably more important upfront than even with a traditional bid.
It is. And you want to make sure that these construction managers really understand how to do pre-construction. And that may be an unusual term for a lot of you, but the pre-construction effort is where a project success is really defined. And what happens during that pre-construction process is you've got your construction manager, you've got your architect, and you've got your owner. Everybody's sitting in a room trying to decide what's the best value for the scope and the needs of the district. And that construction manager has to put together budgeting that is data-driven budgeting, not emotional budgeting, or that's got a lot of extra money buried in a budget early on because they can't comprehend what the final design is going to be. So that would be one of the shortfalls I would say specifically for Montana contractors, is that make sure that they understand how to do pre-construction budgeting and management.
But certainly a valuable option as you're going forward, particularly with bigger projects, yes?
Correct.
Well, let's talk about another alternative contract method, and that would be the design build contract. And as you can see from the slide, this is where a designer or builder assumes total responsibility and risk for everything, architecture, engineering, and construction, and then delivers essentially a completed project to the school district. These are often considered or often called build-to-suit contracts. Basically, what usually happens is the school district says, hey, I want a new bus barn. Here are my dimensions. Here are my requirements. I need this many doors, this many windows, this much concrete in the floor, and who wants to build it for me? And essentially, your designer and builder assume all of the risk and upfront costs, and they're essentially selling the completed project back to the district. Mark, can you address any of the design build to suit contract issues where you're concerned?
Sure. And the real difference between a construction manager who goes out and solicits various bids for subcontractors and architects is that under the design build concept, you've got the contractor and the designer under one roof. So you've cut out one middleman, I guess you could say, and sometimes it makes economic sense to do that, specifically on things like a big heating, ventilating, and air conditioning contract for a school, where you want somebody to come in and design it, take responsibility for the engineering, and then build it. That makes a lot of sense to use a design build contract instead of hiring a general contractor to manage the subcontractor, and then a mechanical engineer to work with the school district and the general contractor to get everybody on the same page. So it really cuts down on the number of people. The one thing that you have to watch out for with design build contracts is make sure that obviously their engineers and architects are obviously current in their licensing, but have have the understanding that what the school district really needs, and doesn't try to enhance systems based on the latest and greatest thing. With design build contracts, again, if you've got somebody that's designing and building something under one roof, they're beholden to their owners and stakeholders. They're not beholden to the school, although they're trying to make a happy customer and a successful project with the school. You just have to pick and choose whether it makes sense to get a design build contractor. And typically you wouldn't hire a design build contractor for, say, a brand new high school. There's too many components out there, and it wouldn't be cost effective. You wouldn't get the best value because all of the work would be kept under one roof instead of spread out through the community in a competitive bid fashion. So you really got to pick and choose where it makes sense.
All right. Moving on next, our third primary alternative contract method is what's called a comprehensive agreement. And in this case, what a comprehensive agreement is you are essentially negotiating a global agreement for construction or management of an asset. It's not really as applicable to school districts. It's more utilized for public structures, parking garages, roads, bridges, typically more of your revenue generators, if you will, where you're going to be hiring someone to build it and operate it for you. At the same time, we want you to at least be familiar with what a comprehensive agreement is. The agreement is going to specify a definite firm price, a duration of the agreement, usually an assumption of risk clause, sort of passing the risk on to the operator and builder, and then other necessary terms for construction or asset management. Typically, you're going to be using a different manner of financing. We're not talking about bonding necessarily. You're talking more private financing, oftentimes linked to operational revenues, like toll roads or, like I said, parking structures. The public owner generally appropriates some funds to the project and then will pass on some manner of payment for the private property, or the private party rather, for its operation and subsequent maintenance of the asset. I think it's less really designed or less appropriate for school districts, but it is another option in terms of how you can get construction projects complete. Mark, any comments?
I've seen this used one time, and that was at the Lockwood High School, where they had a healthcare provider come in and want a build-to-suit healthcare clinic right on the school property. And so a developer got involved, and he put together all these agreements, which included everything from building the building to who's going to shovel the snow when it snows, that type of thing. So in the right circumstance, they're very good.
But again, would you agree that they're more limited in scope for the purposes of the school district more specifically?
Absolutely.
I mean, as you say, an on-site medical clinic, a parking garage, a football stadium, something like that.
Right.
So, okay. Let me take a moment. I'm not seeing Donnie or Shay raising a hand or anything. So you're either all asleep or we're doing a bang up job in explaining things. So we'll just
doing a bang up job. Thank you.
Yeah, I would agree.
Well, that's awfully nice. I'm not shilling for compliments, but I'll take them where I can get them. Why do we use alternative delivery contracts? Honestly, what you're going to be doing as a school district, the nuts and bolts, the how do you do this, is you're going to have your board of trustees make specific written findings either in or following a public meeting that your construction project has significant scheduling pressures and an alternative delivery contract is appropriate and necessary to meet the critical deadlines of those scheduling issues by shortening your construction period. As Mark was saying, price sensitivity in commodities, in construction materials, contractor availability, even the needs of the district. If you have a fire, God forbid, and you need to replace a school or another structure, and it needs to be done by the beginning of the following school year, these are the kind of critical deadlines you want to make specific findings about. Okay. You have to make specific written findings that you have knowledgeable staff and consultants who can manage the alternative delivery contract. Why is that important? Because as Mark has said a couple of times, oftentimes these folks that you're going to be hiring aren't necessarily going to be working for the district. They'll be contracted to you for your project, but their loyalties lie to their companies and not necessarily to the school district. Speaking specifically to design to build or build to suit contracts, if you have somebody who wants to design, again, as my colleague said, a heating or ventilation system, you have to have staff on board who understand that technology, who can identify a good plan from a bad plan, because you're going to be protecting yourself from potential problems with your ADC, with your alternative contract. Okay. So you've got to have somebody with a background, with knowledge and the ability to help you recognize an orange from an apple. Again, not to give a plug too loudly, but that's actually sort of what Mark's company does, among other things.
Right.
You also need to make specific written findings about how you're going to award your contract. How are you going to solicit for responses to your proposals? And how are you going to select your subs and your material suppliers? Okay. These all require specific written findings, okay, before you really go forward with your alternative delivery contract. Why? Because that's what Montana law says, and the legislature never makes a mistake. So you've got to go through and do your due diligence and make these written findings in your record as you move forward with your process. Okay. And yes, that's going to happen either at a committee meeting or a school board meeting. And that means you as the clerk are going to have to wrangle those cats to make an appropriate record. Okay. And that's often the tricky part. I strongly urge you to either deal with your construction manager or your consultant or your attorney in terms of even preparing those minutes and those findings in advance so that you know how to guide those discussions and to make those findings and conclusions. Okay. Let's talk a little bit about how you do this. All right. How are you going to make written findings? Okay. And importantly, when you're going to award an alternative delivery contract, you have to determine that proposals meet 2 of 3 sets of criteria in the statute. Okay. You need to make very detailed written findings. Again, scheduling ramifications, and you need to use it. Okay. Those factors may include operational and financial data that show significant savings or increased opportunities for generating revenue. Okay. As the clerk, you're the keeper of the budget, right? So you're going to be able to help provide the numbers and the financial information that shows what happens when you don't have to stretch a construction project over the course of a year. Okay. Because your expert's going to be able to tell you, you can anticipate probably double-digit cost increases in many areas of materials as well as labor. So as a clerk, you're going to be responsible really to help guide that process from a financial perspective as well. You need to demonstrate public benefits that result from less time for construction. That might be something as simple as, well, it might be money. It might also be, being able to bring your students onto a single campus or back to a single campus, or move forward with full operation in a larger building or a building space. And of course, the final factor, and this is usually an easier one, is a shorter duration of disruption of your facility. Okay, if you're redoing a kitchen and gutting it, to the studs, you really want to make sure you have that project done before you're feeding kids out of it, right? And so those are the kinds of things you're going to want to find. Be specific, be detailed, and like I said, consider them in advance so that when you get to your meeting, you or your superintendent or your principal or your construction manager can even suggest these items for discussion and findings by the trustee.
Rich,
Yes.
we do have a question. The question is a written finding a specific motion in the resolution or just notes in the minutes?
Typically, your written findings are going to be prepared by the clerk or your expert, and they are going to be prepared after the meeting, typically, as a result of consideration of the use of the alternative delivery contract. So as you go forward and authorize this process, you're going to make those written findings in your record, in your minutes. Oftentimes what I've seen done is you will have an advisor, it might be your architect, it might be your construction manager, it might be your attorney, preparing those for execution by the board chairman, that, here's what the trustees have concluded, here's why we are proceeding in this manner.
Thank you.
Let's talk a little bit about some of the other written findings there in Part B. Again, we're talking about contribution to significant cost savings, value engineering, building systems analysis, life cycle analysis, construction planning. Mark, what the heck does any of that even mean?
Good question.
Thank you.
No, it means that there's a lot of different moving parts and pieces to make these projects successful and to document the path from start to finish to comply with the Montana law. So my advice here would be just to document everything that you can, make sure that you can explain it and have sort of a roadmap from start to finish on how you got there.
Okay. Well, let me put you on the spot.
Yep.
What is construction planning?
Construction planning is exactly what it sounds like. You've got construction projects are very, very intricate, even though sometimes they look fairly easily, but there's a lot of parts and pieces that need to fit together, that need to work together, the material needs to show up at the right time. The people you have to have the right crews staffed up to install the systems that are being installed to keep on schedule. There's a lot of moving parts and pieces that have to go together to make, and that's all done in the construction planning. How long are the people going to be there? When are they going to purchase the materials? Are they going to purchase them in time? And is it going to be installed the way it should be?
And what is value engineering?
That's a pet peeve of mine, because real value engineering means that you're looking at an alternative meaner method, not only the cost differential, but the life cycle cost and maintenance differential, which nobody does anymore. So value engineering, when you hear it most of the time, really means cost cutting. It means we're over budget. We need to value engineer that down or cut the cost down to get it back within budget using a different, meaner method. So just be careful with value engineering, because a lot of times, like I just mentioned, it is just basic cost cutting.
But if I was to give an example, that let's just say your voters have approved a levy of $1.2 million and you don't have anything else in your budget, you would value engineer potentially the project to make sure you don't exceed that amount. In
Well,
simple terms, I'm a lawyer, not a contractor.
no, I got you. In simple terms, that is correct. But in real terms, if you're going out to ask for a specific amount of money, you would better have a roadmap on how you got to that money in the first place, that value in the first place.
So it could even precede the levy in what you're
Right.
saying.
Yes.
Okay. And the third criterion that you might evaluate in making your written findings is that the project presents significant technical complexities, all right, such that you need an alternative delivery project contract. You need to get those specialized contractors active and in place early on. So it might be a heating and ventilation system. It might be a major parking lot project. It might be water control or
The best
help
example.
me out, Mark.
Yeah, the best example for that, Rich, is exactly what you said. A lot of the school districts have sole sourced or unique heating, ventilation, and air conditioning controls. Nobody but one person or one company is going to be able to maintain that and keep you running. So to be able to put that out amongst the community for regular controls doesn't work because there's only one company that can do it. So if you're going to have systems that have the technical complexities like the heating, ventilating, air conditioning, like your electrical systems, things like that, you want to make sure that you keep working with those vendors down the road.
Okay. There's more written findings. As you go forward, you also need to make specific findings that you are not short-circuiting the regular bid process, the purposes of the bid process for fair and open competition, okay? You need to make a detailed finding that you are not encouraging favoritism or bias, right? You're not limiting your scope of search to Smith Plumbing and Heating there in your hometown, all right? You don't want to give it necessarily to the trustee's brother-in-law, okay? You don't want to substantially diminish competition for your contracts, okay? You're going to still solicit a response to your requests, okay, to your request for proposal. You're asking for proposals from your contractors, but you are not utilizing a traditional bid award process, okay? But you do want to make specific findings that you are not short-circuiting our traditional commitment to fair and honest competition in the award of public contracts. The rest of that slide, frankly, applies to comprehensive agreements that, looking at the time, I don't think I'm going to spend a lot of time on. All right, let's talk about how this works. After you make your written findings and you have determined that an alternative delivery contract is appropriate, you're going to solicit an RFQ, a request for qualifications, detailing what it is you're looking for. All right, what are the qualities and the qualifications that we want in people that are going to do this project for us? Okay, it might be particular technical experience. It might be managerial experience with large-scale projects, with school projects in particular, with Montana winters. You know, you're going to evaluate those resumes carefully. After evaluating the responses to your request for qualifications, you're going to then send a request for proposal to the qualifying respondents, okay? That's where you're talking about the specific projects, the needs that the district has with the project, specific proposal requirements, evaluation criteria, and anything else that's important to you in the award of the contract. Please note that all architectural services and engineering services need to be performed by their respective licensed professionals. Mark, can you shed any insight onto this two-step process?
Yeah, and the simple way that I understand the difference here is a request for qualifications. You want to know if the firm that you're requesting those qualifications for is, quite frankly, qualified to do your project. Do they have the right staff? Do they have the right experience? Do they have the same types of projects in their portfolio? The proposals are, once you pick the qualified respondents, then you want to know in a proposal, request for proposal, what is that firm's project approach? How are they going to deliver your project in the best value for the district?
Right. Absolutely. So I guess, pardon my perhaps florid presentation. And let me address a little bit to whom you're going to send the request for qualifications. You're not going to necessarily do a scattershot approach. There are specific firms that do, for example, construction management. There are specific firms that offer build design contracts. Okay. These are a much more specialized group of contractors with whom you will be dealing. And someone like Mark or myself, oftentimes we will have worked with those folks who will have the knowledge and experience you're going to need to respond meaningfully to the RFQs and to then give you a good responsive proposal. Let's talk a little bit about how you're going to award these contracts. Okay. It's typical stuff, guys. Oftentimes you're going to look, what is the history and experience with similar projects, right? Just because someone has built a retail store may not make them the best choice to build, a wing onto your school, so you're going to require much more technical familiarity with HVAC, with computing link ups, with all of the various concerns and considerations that go into building a specialty project like a school. You're going to evaluate the financial health of your respondents, right? Because bonding remains an important component in these contracts, okay? And you want to know that someone who is going to be assuming the financial responsibility on a build-to-suit contract isn't going to walk off the job after they halfway complete it because they ran out of money, right? You want to have a familiarity with their staff and available workforce. As Mark was saying, are there subcontractors going to be available for the time period that you need? You want to understand their approach to the project, their costs, and their projections for the project, and frankly, anything else specific to your project's characteristics or goals that are relevant to your particular situation. And of course, we wouldn't be doing you justice on these alternative delivery contracts if we didn't tell you that when you award the contract, you're going to do it in writing and you're going to make detailed written findings on all of these factors. So if you haven't figured out that the paperwork is a bugger, it is, folks. These require considerable attention to the details in the project and in the paperwork. So you're soliciting responses from qualified persons. You're asking them to give you a detailed analysis and proposal to how to conduct your process, okay? There are some cost considerations, given that you do want to have long-term relationships with these folks. They're often some of the best and brightest in the construction trades. You do have the ability to compensate applicants who may not receive the award for their costs in preparing and submitting a proposal. Why would you do that? Well, correct me if I'm wrong, Mark, but preparing one of these proposals can take literally hundreds of hours and lots of staff time.
Correct. It's a $20,000 to $50,000 in-house bill for an architect or a contractor to put together these proposals.
And given those kinds of costs, those kinds of investments that your bidders are making into these projects, you do have the ability to compensate them in whole or in part for those costs. Okay. Just please note that you have to treat all applicants fairly with that. So if you're going to give money to one, you need to give some money to all. Any questions on that?
Except if they're the low bidder. You don't have to pay the low guy, do you?
Never, because he's probably getting the bid.
Yeah.
And I guess that is a good reminder, Mark. Thank you. That the lowest responsible bid is still going to be the relevant determiner in terms of how you're going to do this. Okay. That's still going to be an important component. All right. But again, as I've said in other presentations, lowest responsible bidder does not necessarily mean the cheapest. It just means the person who is best suited to responsibly and promptly deal with your project in a cost-effective manner. Okay. So check the tattoo that says lowest responsible bidder that I know you all have somewhere on your person. Hopefully in some really nice, script with maybe a rose. Yeah. Mark has that tattoo, by the way.
Yep.
Don't ask me how I know.
Owner. Yeah.
All right. Okay. I'm not going to go into innovative financing delivery. I don't think it's relevant to our discussion. Where I think I would like to take you in terms of considering these alternative construction contracts is really just to evaluate when they make sense. Okay. As Mark has said repeatedly, these are typically your more complex projects. They are your more involved projects. They're going to be beyond the scope of the traditional contractor who's just going to come in and do a job and get out. They require extensive planning. They require extensive financial commitment, personnel commitment. And when you start dealing with those kinds of issues, you want to really, bring the one that you want to dance with, if you will. Okay. You want to pick the person that you have the greatest confidence in their ability to deliver on the project. And I think that's important. All right. We sometimes get lost in the nuances of our traditional bid solicitation and project award. When you're dealing on a project of the kind that we're discussing here today, understand that for example, bidding out the foundation and then bidding out the construction with the walls, and then trying to get the plumber and the electrician and the roofers all coordinated and all ready to go often isn't possible for people who have actual day jobs like you in the clerk's office, like your administrative staff. These kind of alternative delivery contracts allow you to really outsource to responsible parties with the expertise and the experience to really deliver on a project in a time-sensitive and a cost-effective manner. So if you're dealing with a project that just doesn't seem to be suited to traditional bid awards, that's when you want to talk to Mark, you want to talk to your lawyers, you want to talk to someone who's been there before. And that's really, if you take nothing else from this presentation, if you're not sure, find somebody who's been there before and evaluate these contract alternatives, these project management alternatives. Mark, any thoughts?
No, I think that you covered it very well.
Okay. Well, we have a few minutes now for questions.
And you guys
Shanish,
said you didn't rehearse this. What the heck?
what do you mean we didn't rehearse it?
It looked pretty good for not being rehearsed.
We do our best. We try. So
How how many contracts? I mean, I know that you guys don't handle all of them, but statewide, do you have an idea how many folks have tried to go the alternative construction methods route or any of those routes
The
compared to bonds?
majority of school construction projects in the state of Montana use the alternative construction method. And
Yeah.
here's why. Because the typical construction process is hire an architect, get them to design it from start to finish, put it out to bid, hard bid numbers from contractors, hire the lowest bidder, and then everybody sits down and starts battling for change orders. Well, the architect forgot to draw this one stud in, or the whatever. That's the typical old school method that everybody's used to, a bidding project. By doing that, it takes probably anywhere between 30 to 50% more design time, and probably at least 20% more construction time. And construction time, even if there's nothing happening on the job with actual construction, if you've got construction managers sitting in the trailer on the job, they spend about $20,000 a month just in staff to man a decent sized construction project. So these alternative construction projects really are cost effective ways. And that's not even to talk about the economy with the inflation and things like that. But it's the alternative construction project delivery methods are the predominant method that's used in the school today.
I mean, realistically, what you're doing is you're doing most of your planning up front. You as the property owner are identifying your priorities and needs, and then really soliciting someone to take control of the project and to do that upfront design, to do the upfront planning for you, so that when you hit the ground, you're literally ready to go, soup to nuts.
And so where you shorten your time frame is an alternative construction method. You've got parallel paths. You've got an architect designing and a contractor budgeting as it's being designed. So they're not waiting for the design to be complete. So there's a lot of efficiencies that way.
Yeah,
Well, we all know clerks like the answers. What's this going to cost me before we start projects? We don't like it.
You always have that. Always have that. No matter what method you use.
Yeah, absolutely. Get a hard number, and any change order process identified in your agreements. So that's the big hard thing there. It's not the most scintillating topic to close with, but it is. I think it's an important one.
It is. Well, and we need to know all of the ways that we can be flexible with our plans and to look at other options on how to fund certain things. So this is great. Thank you guys very, very much for sharing your expertise. Is there anybody else with questions?
We do have a comment out here.
Okay.
We've been legally challenged, and who defends the findings justifying these methods? Have these been legally challenged, and who defends? Sorry.
Oh, have the sufficiency of findings been challenged? I'm sure they have, typically by unsuccessful award or applicants, I should say. Typically but that will fall to the district then to defend their findings. Because they are the district's work at that point. That's what the district is doing, is identifying the need and the advantages to the alternative delivery contract. So you don't get away entirely scot-free.
Dang it. I think with folks being more and more focused on transparency. They're going to want to see that be very clear and outlined. So it's always better to CYA in advance.
And that really is the purpose of the written findings. You know, for those of you who have done anything in the land use sphere or have dealt with any sort of municipal contracting, you're familiar with these kinds of expert reports that are written on these specific topics. Honestly, the findings are something that you should be working with council or construction managers on preparing, because they're going to be able to give you a format and language sufficient to defend those findings. Okay.
All right. Donnie, any other ones?
There are no other comments out there. I just kind of wanted to put my 2 cents in. I've watched several construction projects over the years, and I can't say enough about the construction management system. Having a construction manager pays for itself tenfold just in the expertise you get, because school people are not experts in construction, and these people are truly there to look out for you, and they do it very well.
Yeah. Really one of the reasons to not do it is if you really want your superintendent to be out of the office all the time. So if you really don't want them available, by all means, have your superintendent manage a multi-million-dollar construction project.
Yeah. And if you really want to do a natural way of turning your hair white in the business office.
Yes.
Very, very natural. All right.
Rich and Mark, there was one comment that said that was just thanking you guys and saying that this presentation was very informative. So thank you.
Thank you. Again, all credit to my colleague. He's the best.
Well, thank you, Rich, and I appreciate being. I hope you guys look at me as a resource. You guys can call me anytime with questions or anything like that, and there's no charge for any types of phone calls or consultations like that. We want to make sure that you guys head down the right road so that you have successful projects.
Awesome. Mark, do you want to shoot me well, I think I have your email, so I can put that out there too for folks. If they have questions,
Sure.
just reach out to me and I can get you connected with Mark.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, then I am going to pause recording unless there's anything else that's popped up.